Morning. So we're just going to try and go in order of what you guys gave us. How are we on this? Do you know if it's you?
No. I don't know if it would have like a small.
Officer at York, give us just 1 minute and the Officer Boisbert will talk to you.
Okay, should I pull her out? It looks like you have somebody else on here. Do you want me to pull her out? No?
This is Chelsea. I'm the
Officer
victim.
Boisbert, are you able to unmute?
She can stay in there. That's fine. We're gonna do this first hearing first, and then we'll just go directly to the next person. So she can remain in the room.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boisbert. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning. I'm stating their names on the record, certified and reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini. Good morning, panel member Barry.
Good morning, Alex Tarkov.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Crystal McCowan, 436296.
Ms. McCowan, we're going to start with Ms. Feliciano first. So if you could just
I'm
hold on one
sorry.
second. That's all right, not a problem. I know you're both on the screen. So Ms. Feliciano, if you could state your name and inmate number, please.
Melissa Feliciano, 422632.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Melissa Feliciano, inmate number 422632. At this time, the Office of Victim Services has requested a continuance for the purposes of victim outreach. Board members?
Thank you. In the matter of Melissa Feliciano, I'll move to continue the case to next month's docket. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So Ms. Feliciano, the Office of Victim Services has requested a continuance, so we'll see you in July, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, we will conclude the hearing for Melissa Feliciano, inmate number 422632. I will send you an email letting you know the next hearing date, and you'll get another invite like you did for this one. So just keep an eye out for that. If you don't, you'll probably get it about a week before the next hearing. So third Friday in July.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're all set. You can disconnect.
Thank you.
Born ready, Brody.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardon and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini. Good morning, panel member Barry.
Good morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Crystal McCowan, 436296.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Crystal McCowan, inmate number 436296. She is serving a sentence of 20 years suspended after 3 years with 5 years probation for risk of injury, interfering, resisting, and operating a motor vehicle under the influence of drugs or alcohol. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of May 10th, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 2, the Short Track Problem Sexual Behavior Program, and the WRNA. She is currently in the New Thoughts program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls into the low range. Ms. McCowan, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm deeply and sorely aware of the deep shame, trauma, and pain I inflicted on the victims in my case on the night of my offense. There isn't enough words to express the shame and remorse I feel, and it will always be a reminder of how important it is for me to remain sober from here on out. My behavior on the night of my offense was downright disgusting and unexcusable. I feel so ashamed of myself. I was so intoxicated that night, and I do not remember most of it. The police report and the statements from the female victim in my case make me sick to my stomach, and it has been a very long and hard process for me to admit that I could ever be capable of such despicable behavior. It truly hurts me to know I caused such trauma on the minors in my case, and what I've done will follow me for the rest of my life. My arrest happened in 2021, and it has been about 5 years since then. I'm proud to say I've been sober since. I'm deeply sorry and ashamed I didn't become sober sooner. I've spent the past 5 years picking up the pieces and mending the little bit of dignity I have left. I can say for certain the woman you see in front of you today is not the same woman you see depicted in my file. I allowed my trauma and alcoholism to completely take over my life, and I was out of control. At York, with the resources provided, I have developed a safety plan I can use when I need to adjust and prevail when I am confronted with challenges, develop self-esteem, and it's pushed me to get back into functioning as an adult again with having priorities and a schedule. I have also been working on my education and mental health so I can be a productive member of society. I have really enjoyed the groups Tier 2, Choices, New Thoughts, and Linda Green's groups. They have taught me how substance abuse can negatively affect our brains, bodies, and emotional development, what a healthy relationship looks like, and red flags to watch out for in an abusive one. Learning how to manage trauma symptoms, preventing self-destructive acts, finding self-respect, and learning the difference between unhealthy and healthy coping skills. I have gained much emotional healing, and these groups have helped me understand points of self-value, self-acceptance, and self-control. I've also learned about risk factors, how to change my distorted thinking, and better how to control my thoughts, actions, and keep myself out of bad situations. In the year and a half I've been here, I've worked a lot on myself, and I believe I have become a better person in the process. I have not gotten any tickets or any type of disciplinary since I've been here. I've completed 2 out of 3 OAP groups, and I have used my time and resources here wisely. If granted parole, I plan on continuing therapy to work on my healing from my trauma and join AA groups also. At home, I have a drug and alcohol-free environment, and I surround myself with others who are drug and alcohol-free and who are productive members of society. I have many tools and resources I can use to continue being sober and work through problems appropriately. I want to be the mother my son deserves and someone he can look up to. I don't believe I'm at any risk of reoffending or making the same mistakes again. I will be a law-abiding citizen and productive from here on out, and that's why I believe I'm a great candidate for parole. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McCowan, for your
You're
statement. We have some questions for you. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today, okay?
Okay, thank you.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McCowan, I appreciate your opening comments as well. Thank you for laying out, your plan for your release and speaking with us about your substance abuse and how it played a role in your offense. I understand that your son is important to you and you want to be better, not just for him, but for yourself as well. So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate all that you shared. So I do have a few questions or follow-up questions based on your opening statement. In your statement, you said you accepted responsibility for your actions, you were remorseful, and you felt ashamed, you were downright disgusting, unexcusable behavior, sick to your stomach, all those things, but you didn't remember any. And my issue with that statement is, if you don't remember anything, you told the evaluator for the sex offender evaluation that you were blackout drunk and that you get violent and that you shoved something in her mouth. And
I
then
did that.
And then you told the officer that you told the victim to get out of your room, and she wouldn't, and that you said she was lying, and that she asked you for alcohol, and you put something in her mouth so that she would shut up.
Yes, after doing choices, the group choices, it really made me come to terms with the accusations that were made against me. I learned more of
Ms. McCowan, they're not accusations.
what I did. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I was in denial for a really long time. I didn't want to believe that I would be capable of something like that. And after being in the group choices, it really made me open my eyes to the different reasons why people behave the way they do. And especially when substance abuse is involved.
Yeah. So my issue with that is you were just interviewed by the officer. When did you complete that program?
Choices,
Yes.
March, I believe.
Were interviewed in June. When did you interview her? I think that's your
Last.
okay. So he interviewed you in May.
Right. The only thing I remember about that is putting the object in her mouth. Yeah.
Okay. So
And giving her alcohol.
so why did you say that she was lying then?
I don't think I said that.
You did.
I know at one point I did, but I don't remember saying that.
And I also, I mean, I heard you speak about your distorted thinking and that you have these plans in place, and those were all positive things.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm hoping that you will be able to come to grips with what it is that you actually did do to this child. Can you share with us what impact you believe your actions may have had on her?
I have a very, I know exactly how she felt because I was sexually abused when I was a child, and it has impacted my life so horribly. It's made me feel horrible about myself. It's given me self-esteem issues. I had substance abuse issues because of it, you know, and I know that's how I am. Pray to God that she is a stronger person that I am, and she will get the help she needs early enough so that she doesn't make the mistakes I have. You know, I know she feels awful. I made her feel awful, and I'm sure that I have caused a lot of trauma on her. And I feel horrible.
So, I mean, I asked you that because there seems to be a disconnect between what the official report says, what you told the officer just last month about this offense, and what you're saying to us now.
Yeah.
And I think that, I mean, I know that remorse is there, but don't you think that if the victim heard you say, yes, I did these things, and that would help them move on with their lives just as.
I believe her I do. I do believe her. I don't think she was lying or had any motive to lie about me or anything like that. I don't believe that at all.
In the official documents, it says that this victim was at your house. Why?
My son is close with her because I was with her father for about almost 7 years.
Okay.
And
So she was
they
like,
came.
like a stepdaughter.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I've known her for a long
And
time.
did you involve your son in any of this?
I don't believe so. Like I said, I don't.
Sit in her pants. This is her full freedom. That's another year and a half.
What's
What was that?
What is that?
I don't know.
No.
Ms. Vasquez, are you able to assist, please?
Is that? We didn't have victim input for her. Did we?
No.
Go ahead. Interference, outside interference.
Okay. And so you know that you're going to have to participate in sex offender treatment when you're out in the community. Do you have a problem with that?
No, ma'am, I'm willing to do anything that stipulated to do.
Do you think that you need the program?
I believe I need a lot of work on my trauma, and I think that would definitely helps with that. I know that I do not have attraction to children, but I know that the trauma that I've gone through was pretty heavy in my own childhood, and I know I did.
Oh, I'm going to stop you, Ms. McCowan, and I apologize because I think you keep putting yourself, and I understand that you were victimized, and my sympathy, you know, I feel sorry that you had to experience that, but we're here because of the actions that you took against this minor child and the impact that your actions may have had on her. So we're removing yourself from the equation as a victim. Do you believe that sex offender treatment would be appropriate for you in the community?
Given my offense, yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that, as a result of your conviction, you may not be allowed, well, if we release you today, one of your conditions will be that you're not allowed to be around minor children. How do you intend to navigate that?
I'm not really around minors. Honestly, my son's 18 years old and there's no children in my house. There's no really reason for me to be around children. I don't have small children in my family.
And you don't have a long way to go, but even you do have probation. And what if they have the same conditions? What if your son has, you know, children? You won't be able to be around them.
I will listen to everything I'm told to do. I can promise you that. I have no problem with that. And I understand why they're put into place. What I did was, like I said, despicable and disgusting.
And so I don't know, are you in school now?
Yeah, we were just released for spring break. I have just a math test to do and I'll have my GED. And I just finished finishing a business vocational class.
Did see the business class. I wasn't sure about the GED because in one place it said that you obtained your GED in March of 21. And then in other places it said that you,
No.
I think it was in the PSI if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, no, I completed 3 out of the 4. Math doesn't come easy to me, so I've been working really hard on it though. And I believe I'll be able to get it once I go home or here, either way.
So aside from your alcohol abuse, what do you believe will be your most difficult adjustment in life when you're released out into the community?
Maybe work. I mean, besides that, I mean, before I came in, I was sober for 4 years and I had this, you know, things I did. I went to church. I have a completely different group of friends. than I used to have. I don't associate with anyone I used to associate with. It's very important for me not to be around anyone that drinks. So I don't really foresee any issues, honestly, because I have a pretty simple life at home.
So-
And I have coping skills before I came in. I paint and I do macrame. I write poetry and things like that. So I keep myself pretty busy.
And so your boyfriend that you would like to go and live with,
Yes.
does he have any substance abuse issues or drink a beer occasionally?
No, we lived together for a few months before I came in here. There was no alcohol in the house. He didn't drink at all. That's a big thing for me. That's my rule. I'm not willing to bend the boundaries on at all. So he's not a drinker, so it's not a big deal to him.
I think that's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. McCowan.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Ms. McCowan, were you in contact with the victim's parents?
When?
Well, at the time she was at your home or around the time of your offense?
I had missed it. I had tried calling her mom because her mom called me and I had messaged her.
Okay.
Not her
So,
father though. I haven't talked to her father in years.
okay. Was her mom aware that you were giving her alcohol?
No.
Okay. Right. I mean, that's huge. You know, giving alcohol to a child can really set them down the wrong path, right? And you did initially lie about that. You acknowledged that?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I mean, clearly there was a lot of bad decision-making going on, and you attribute that to substance abuse?
Yes, but no, because for a very long time, I had the option to quit drinking and I chose when I was sober to pick it up again and again and again. So I don't, it's substance abuse, but I kept making that bad decision to pick up alcohol and, I hit rock bottom and that's when I looked in the mirror and I saw a monster and I was like, never again, so after my DUI and the way I behaved then, I had quit drinking in October after my offense. And I quit drinking for like a month and then my son was removed from me. And then I used that as an excuse to drink again. And then I got my DUI, but I haven't drank since my DUI. I'm very adamant on not drinking.
Okay. Were you
Very
involved in any recovery efforts at that time? Any type of treatment or meetings or sponsor, anything like that?
I was on and off. Yeah. Going to AA meetings and things like that. I've gone to AA meetings in the past, 4 years before I came here. A lot of it though, my sobriety was church and, faith and the people that I surround myself with. And they're very good people who, don't want to drag me down a bad path or anything. I never have to worry about them, bringing any type of substances around me.
Okay. So what does your relapse prevention plan look like now?
People, places, things, staying away from, old friends or people, don't not associate with people that I used to drink with or people that have records or anything like that. Not going to bars, don't go to places where cookouts where people are drinking, just things like that. I've done a pretty good job, I think, before I came here and staying sober. And
Anything by way of like meetings or formal treatment, anything like that?
Yeah, I plan on going to therapy and everything like that. Going to therapy, going to AA meetings.
Have you done AA meetings in the past?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to go all the time.
Okay, you're aware there's a protective order for the victim
Yes.
until the year 2099. So no
Yeah.
contact anywhere, no social media, nothing. You understand that? Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned the DUI. Why did you continue to drive when you didn't have a license?
It wasn't my vehicle. the gentleman I was saying, my co-defendant, his brother showed up and we went to go to his house and we ran out of gas. And a gentleman came and filled up, went and got gas for us. And then we went to the gas station and he refused to drive because he had been drinking. And then me, just being the foolish person that I was back then, decided that I'm sick of staying here at the gas station. I'm just going to jump in and I'm going to drive back, So it was just stupidity.
Okay.
I hadn't driven in 8 years.
8 years?
Yeah, since my other DUI, I hadn't driven.
Did you not get your license back? Why weren't you
No,
driving?
I never had a license.
Oh, you've never had a license?
No, I never got one.
Why? Obviously you're driving. Why? I mean, if you have DUIs, why wouldn't you get a license?
I had a really bad drinking problem and I thought that was gonna help me not drink and drive, honestly, but it didn't work.
Wow. Do you have plans to get a driver's license?
Yes.
And what do you have to do? Do you know do you have restrictions, penalties, anything you have to overcome with DMV?
I know I have fines, but I'm not sure if I need to have the blower in the car or anything like that. I haven't gotten anything from them since my DUI.
Yeah. Wow. You did get an excellent evaluation from the Tier 2 program. And I mean, you sound good today. I don't know what you sounded like in the past. I'm happy to hear you taking responsibility, and it sounds like you know what you need to do. It's just a matter of doing it. Are there triggers that lead to relapses?
If I go around the wrong people, it would be. And I don't have any type of delusion thinking I can be around alcohol. I know I can't. And that's a delusion I used to have, a distorted thinking, I guess, per se. Yeah. I would think that, I can be around it. I'm fine. I'm strong enough. I don't need a drink. But it would lead to me having one and then two. And then next thing I know, I'm, 3 sheets to the wind and don't know what I'm doing.
How long had you been drinking before this offense happened?
Since I was 13 years old.
No. But I mean, you had periods of recovery. How long had you been actively drinking at that time?
Probably only a few months. I would drink for a few months at a time, and then I would go a long time without drinking because I, would make a fool of myself.
Your co-defendant, James, that was your boyfriend?
At the time, he was.
Yeah. How long were you with him?
I had dated him before when I was 16, but at that time, it was like maybe a month.
All right. Thank you for speaking with me. Mr. Zarka?
Thank you.
Okay. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case, ma'am, and we'll come back to
Okay.
you shortly with our decision. Ms. Vasquez, you don't have input in this case, do you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. No, I do not have any victim input for this.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not have any input
Okay.
for this case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
So a very limited criminal history. These crimes are very serious offenses, especially drinking and driving and involving children. She rates out, as Officer Boisvert said, as a low risk to recidivate. She's taken the appropriate programming. She's in New Thoughts now, which is slated to end next month. But I hope that she continues her education and continues working on her sobriety. As you stated, she does sound good here today. She does have some support in the community. She sounds like she has a strong faith base. I'm hoping that she can come up with a solid relapse prevention plan so that she's not back in prison. But for today, I believe that she has completed the programs and she has demonstrated evidence that she can comply with no disciplinary infraction. So I would support discretionary parole in her case.
I agree. Ms. McCown, how long have you known your current boyfriend?
8 years. We were friends for a long time before we started dating. We've been together for 2 years now.
Okay. I agree with everything my colleague said. Mr. Zarkov?
I do too.
All right. So there are a lot of conditions here. There's the victim, minors, alcohol, driving, mental health, and PSB treatment. Anything else?
Co-defendant?
Yeah, did I not say codependent? Yeah, and codependent. Okay. Anything else?
Just in case, you want to put a halfway house on just in case it doesn't work out with
Why wouldn't it work out?
the boyfriend.
Was there an issue with boyfriend?
She said that they were living together before that for like, what, 4 months, I don't know.
While she was sober, you mean? Yeah, I don't think it's an issue. Yeah. All right, in the matter of Crystal McCowan, inmate number 436296, I move to grant parole effective June 22nd, 2026 with the following conditions. No contact with victim initials KL, no contact with co-defendant James Yergin, no contact with minors without the permission of your parole officer, no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no driving without your parole officer's permission, you don't have a license anyway, and treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Not off
so
the top of my
you'll
head.
have parole, and then you'll have probation. I would strongly advise you to utilize these resources to get the support that you need. And when you feel yourself struggling or you need the extra assistance with your relapse prevention, ask for the help, okay? It's
Yes.
to help you, it's your job. All right, keep working on your stuff. We wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Morning.
Flag if she's available.
I got Hayes. Hayes?
Ace.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. For today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, as I stated their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Also present with us today is psychologist. If you could please state your name and inmate number for the record.
445164.
Thank you. And your name?
Larissa Hayes.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Larissa Hayes, inmate number 445164. She's serving a sentence of 5 years suspended after 36 months, 5 years probation for burglary, third violation of order, failure to care person, assault third. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility of April 11th, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed tier 2 beyond violence and voices. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment award, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the medium range. Ms. Hayes, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I have a letter. My name is Larissa Hayes. Thank you for the opportunity for considering early release. I am incarcerated for burglary, trespassing, and violation of a protective order. My time incarcerated has taught me lessons that will be with me for a lifetime. I am extremely remorseful and apologetic for how I acted and how I may have affected the victim's sense of safety and security. I acknowledge this wrongdoing and I have reflected where I could have taken proper steps to retrieve my belongings, such as a police escort. I am aware of how this has affected the perceptions of my character and have been working hard to change my ways. I take full accountability for my actions. And if I could go back and change the circumstances, I would. I'd like to take this moment to apologize for the hurt or damage I caused. I understand my words can't change anything, but an apology is necessary, and I'm going to do better and become a better person. Since I came to York, I started attending programs such as Sisters Standing Strong and attending school. In August 2025, I got accepted into the Worth program, which is a program that prepares young women for life after incarceration. I have since completed Tier 2, Beyond Violence, Personal Inventory, WARP, and Self-Love, either as an OAP or a certificate offered within the program, along with participating in groups such as NA, Voices, and CODA. Tier 2 is an addiction services group where I've learned how drugs affect the body and mind, especially in females. Beyond Violence is a trauma group that touches on the recovery of different kinds of trauma, providing coping mechanisms to help handle them however they come. Each of these groups has helped me build my toolkit for when I get out. I have received a certificate of completion for business and took re-entry as it prepared me for re-entering the community with a resume, cover letter, and job directory for felons. I attended family engagement through the Judy Dorwin program, which allowed me to rebuild relationships within my family. Through my family, I was connected with a sober sponsor that I could connect with in the community. Each of these things has shaped me into a more reliable, respectful, and accountable young woman. If approved, I plan on going to my grandfather's house. It is located right on a main thoroughway with lots of job opportunities and is close to a bus line, so I could get to a job and my classes. There is a Wheeler clinic located 4 miles from the residence I could attend. My plan B is going to a sober house. I have talked to staff there and can get a bed. If neither of these options work, then I will go to a halfway house. From each of these places, I will be working and saving for a vehicle and apartment. My short-term goals are continuing in my college education, getting my license, finding a stable job, and enrolling in counseling and mental health groups as a part of my probation. My long-term goals are staying sober, owning my own apartment, rebuilding family connections, and maintaining my overall well-being. Thank you for your time.
Can you read the first sentence of your statement to me, please?
Yes, my name is Larissa Hayes.
Keep going. Sorry, the second one.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity for considering early release.
Okay, one more. Your convictions.
I am incarcerated for burglary, trespassing, and violation of a protective order. Burglary is the main charge.
Yeah, are you aware you had an assault 3 conviction as well?
Yes, I am aware of that. I know I was convicted of it, although I had written through the court, I had written a apology letter.
Okay, I just want to make sure you know that you were convicted of it as well, because you left it out of your statement. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your statement. We have questions for you. When we're done with our
Okay.
questions, we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision here today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so your offenses involve different people. So I'd like to know, what are your relationships like now with your family?
I've worked during my time incarcerated to rebuild relationships and open up doors of communication with my family. Whether that be the classes that I took or making sure that they had the opportunity to talk to me about my time incarcerated and what I was doing in here. In order to do that, I had to take steps to write the warden to make sure that they could come in for visits. So the only thing that got accepted was video visits. And through Judy Dorwin, they were allowed to come. My mother and father were allowed to come visit me.
Okay, so the protective order was lifted or vacated. It's no longer in place.
The one with my dad is no longer in place, but the one with my mom is modified.
Don't fuck.
Okay.
Breathe more.
Modified so that you can have contact.
Yes, so that I could have contact, although I got approved for community release. And the stipulation for community release is to not talk to the victim. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have been able to talk to my mom about different stipulations, but it's ultimately going to come down to what parole says or probation.
Right, if they tell you you can't have contact while you're on community release, then you can't have contact, right? That's very separate from a protective order. So yeah, you want to make sure you're very clear, ask the questions if you need to about what exactly is allowed. Yeah. Okay. And the other person, initials DP, any plans to have contact?
I plan on trying to go into the court and get that modified. Where I'm going is it'll be in the same I would be going to probation or parole at the same courthouse that order is out of. So while I'm there, I would utilize those tools to try.
Did you understand my question?
I don't think
ask you.
I don't plan
Do you
on
have plans to have contact with that person?
not immediately when I get out, no.
Then why do you need to modify the order?
Well, so that the order could get dropped, so in the long term, I could get all the charges dropped. I'm blanking on the name of what that's called right now.
Pardon?
Yeah, pardoned.
Understood. Okay. But so that was your boyfriend at the time, correct?
Yes. Well, at the time, we had just gotten engaged.
Okay, fiance. I guess my question is there a plan for the two of you to be together?
I would say that I'm just focusing on myself right now. Would I plan on being with him and fixing things? Yes.
Okay. That's all I was asking you.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you were very aggressive during your arrest here. Were you actively using substances?
Yeah, I was under the influence of alcohol.
Okay.
During that arrest. I do plan on, when I get out, continuing in NA, AA, as well as anger management classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say those are all good ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you did the Tier 2 program.
Yes.
To address addiction, alcoholism, of course. Why would you get a fair evaluation in that? It's very rare, by the way, that we see anybody get a fair rating. It's usually either good, excellent. What happened?
So as far as I understand, I had missed the last class that I was supposed to go to. And I didn't get
That would cover
calls.
attendance. That would cover attendance. What
Yeah,
about the rest of it?
I think it was just not putting in the effort that she wanted to see from me for homework.
Right? Why wouldn't you do the homework?
I feel I did do the homework, although I do agree that I didn't put in the amount of effort that I should have in that class.
Well, not completing assignments would typically imply that you didn't do the homework.
I agree.
Okay. And I'm asking, why wouldn't you? I mean, you have nothing but time.
Well, I didn't complete some of the assignments because I felt like I should show up for the assignments rather than having it written down on paper.
Or you could do both.
Yeah. I just felt that I showed up for the class and had done what I felt needed to be.
Yeah, and the facilitator disagreed, clearly. The staff
I
member
understand.
disagreed. Yeah.
Yeah. There was, when I was in that class, I had only gotten put in that class because I was in South Dorm. So I had to
that's
ask.
not the only reason. That class is to benefit you. You just said yourself you were under the influence of alcohol during this arrest where your behavior was atrocious.
I agree, but there's other cases where I was under the influence that I had to handle speaking on those cases without cross-referencing to that specific arrest.
Okay. I don't understand what your point is.
I didn't feel like I should write down certain homework that by showing up and missing that specific assignment, that it created other opportunities, better opportunities than the ones that I was giving people.
Do you understand what she's saying? I'm lost. Can you like explain it a little better? Just be open and blunt because we have no idea what you're saying.
My first case was a juvenile case where I was selling drugs that were my little sister's pills.
Okay.
And the case that was going on when I caught the assault third was it was not a pill related charge.
Okay.
And I committed suicide, tried to, by taking pills. So when I was asked to write down my opinion on those things, I didn't have a response for it because I was struggling to maintain my own well-being between being blacked out on pills or blacked out on alcohol and being on juvenile medication. It was difficult I just didn't feel I could write it down. If I showed up and listened, that I would get more from it. And other people hopefully would too.
I mean, yeah, I guess I wonder if you could have completed the assignment in a different way and not be as specific. I mean, you're not having trouble being vague with us.
Yeah.
I don't know. And that's assuming that's the only thing that they're referencing in your fair evaluation, because I don't know that to be true. Okay. Why did you leave the Worth unit?
I left the Worth unit because I had community release came up and I felt that I needed to come back to the West Side where I started this bid and take some time to reflect. I was in that unit for 7 months. I also felt that I got everything that I needed from that unit.
So you didn't like the atmosphere in the Worth unit?
I liked it. I just thought it was better for me to be back over on the West Side and
How is the west side different? I guess I don't understand that either.
Just the solace of being in a cell, behind a locked door, just.
But you didn't
it's
want to be around a
different
lot of
environment.
people. You didn't want to be around a lot of people.
That's fair to say, yes.
Well, I don't want to put words
I
in your
wanted
mouth.
to
I'm just
sit
trying to
by
understand.
myself,
You want, okay.
and think about getting out and, what the next steps were gonna be for myself.
Yeah. Okay, at the time of these offenses, you were on probation, correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in any type of treatment programming?
At the time I wasn't, I was homeless and I had met, the individual, and he had given me a place to stay with his mom. And I couldn't get back and forth to classes, so I didn't have a vehicle, and I didn't have a way to get there without walking. So I wasn't getting to as many classes as I should have been getting to.
What happens when you're on probation or parole or whatever, and you're required to go to classes?
I've done some research. My family's helped me out finding bus routes. That's why I put down my grandfather's house to go to, because it would be easier for me to get to a bus.
So why couldn't you do that then, when you were on probation?
There's not a bus in the town that I was living at. I could have gotten an Uber, but I was working on getting a job from the residence that I was at.
Yeah. So I'm going to be honest with you, Ms. Hayes. In my opinion, you're not presenting very well today. It seems like you have a lot of excuses.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have to get the interlock device installed in any future cars that you're driving?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a valid license?
I don't. I have a ID. I plan on getting my license. I've had one before, yes. I actually, it's not a separate case. I gave up the license for. So I think there's going to be a little bit more than the interlock device.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why weren't you working at the time of your offenses?
I was working on getting a job, but I just didn't get into a job. I'd gotten hired for one, but I didn't make it to the first day.
Did you understand? So why weren't you working? That's a pretty simple question. Why weren't you working?
Because I wasn't hired anywhere.
Oh, okay. So you think you were trying your best to get a job?
I think I was.
Okay. So what are your plans for work now?
My plan is to go to American Job Center, and utilize that tool and tell them what I need and where I'm at, and that I don't have a vehicle to get there, and hoping.
Did you do that in the past? Did you go to a job center in the past?
Yes, I have.
And it didn't help you get a job?
It did. I didn't have a vehicle at the time. My mom and my dad were the only people who were driving me.
Well, you still don't have a vehicle, right?
No, I don't. That's why I'm planning on going to a place that has a bus.
All right. Okay. Thank you for speaking with me. Mr. Zarkov.
Good morning, Ms. Hayes.
Hello.
Can you talk about your relapse prevention plan in the community?
My relapse prevention plan is having a sober sponsor, going to classes, having a counselor, and making sure I'm careful who I'm around.
You mentioned you're doing an AA right now, or no?
I'm not currently in AA. I was in AA when I was in Southram. They offered it, but I would need to sign up on the west side in order to do that.
You haven't tried to sign up?
I've written a stride is who I was trying to get in with, because they do offer classes once a week, whether it be Sisters Standing Strong or, so I go to those, and I just utilize those rather than going to AA right now.
We haven't talked about your disciplinary reports. You have 2 this incarceration. What can you tell us about the assault ticket?
So, on that day, I was walking, in the hallway, and, an individual came up to me and started saying some things, making some racist remarks. And I kept walking. I didn't answer her. I was unaware though that I couldn't defend myself, that the best way to defend myself would have just been going in the room and locking the door. So I kept walking, and I had walked past her door, and she looked at me and she made another comment. So I had made a comment back to her. And I kept walking, and the next time that I came around, she got up. She was taller than I was, and she got up in my face, and I took my hand and pushed her away so that I could keep walking. I went back into my room, and I believe it's Lieutenant Mars called me down about 30 minutes later and said that I was going to be getting a ticket for an assault. I asked her why. She said that I laid my hands on another inmate. And I tried explaining to her that she was making some remarks to me, and was not leaving me alone. And she said it didn't matter. In the state of Connecticut, I can't touch another inmate, that she would go up and talk to the inmate and make sure she didn't press charges. And then I went and sat in SEG. I think it was 5 days that I sat there.
So you pushed her to the fight escalate from there, or?
No, I don't even believe it was much of a push. I just kind of got her. I just, okay. It wasn't aggressive. And I just kept walking, and then, yeah, that was the assault charge on that.
How do you think you've changed since you came into York?
I feel I've changed a lot. I'm a lot calmer. I feel when situations come up, I try my best to handle them rather than trying to find a way out of it. I've opened up a lot more to females around me. I have forgiven myself along with others for things that have kept me in a bad mind frame or in a bad space of self. And I just think that I've done a lot more in the year that I've been here than I did on the outside, running away from my problems. So I think I've changed my attitude.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Hayes, I am concerned about some of the answers that you're providing us with today. I don't know if you are trying to be deceptive or if you aren't understanding or questioning. Because a lot of what you're, for example, in your opening statement, you said that you completed the work program. If I'm not mistaken, you said I complete, but you didn't.
So I said that I got accepted into the worth program.
Okay, I didn't hear you
But
say that.
it's okay. It got accepted into the worth program, and I completed. I then read that the classes that I completed through the worth program. So the worth program does offer more programming than.
Okay, look at your letter, because I'm
Okay.
95% certain you said I completed the worth program. Okay, and while you're looking for that, you also said in your PSI that you did not have a substance abuse problem. Is that a reason why, when we're asking you about a relapse plan and all that stuff, that you really don't believe that it's necessary? Is that why you're answering so vaguely?
I think it's necessary. I don't think that I don't think that I have had the opportunity in here to talk about drug abuse problems as much as I should, unless I was in the mental health part.
So here's
of
my
the
issue.
jail.
My issue is that you're in a place where you could be getting the help that you need. And it's
Yes.
really important that you learn how to open up and share, because if not, you're going to find yourself back in prison. This is not your first time being in prison for assaultive behavior. Your criminal history is riddled with breach of peace, assaults, violation of protective order, disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment. You have domestic violence cases in California. So this is not your first time displaying these kinds of behaviors. And there's something, you're currently not on any kind of medication for your mental health. Is that accurate?
Yes. Correct. I was on mental health medication and I had a full body reaction to it. And I decided to come off of them. I still have those reactions from that medication.
So I guess my question then is that what is going to change? You know what I mean?
I think that what's gonna change is me staying sober and not trying to utilize the different resources offered, whether they be recreational drugs or medical drugs, that I stay in a space of sobriety.
So are you, do you admit now that you do have a substance abuse problem? That's a yes or no.
No, I don't think I do. Now that I'm sober, I don't think that I have a substance abuse problem.
That just goes to show that you really need to continue in treatment. And my one last question is, since you were approved for the halfway house, do you believe that regardless of what our decision is today, you're already going to be released, so it really doesn't require much more effort on your behalf?
No. I think I'm more focused on making sure that my mental health is okay, whether I get out sooner or later.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, give us a few minutes to discuss your case and we'll come back to you with our decision shortly. You can listen to our deliberation.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm struggling because, you know, on paper, she's participated in these programs and appeared to have some insights, but, so my concerns are twofold. Not sure that Ms. Hayes has a good grasp on what exactly she needs, what her issues are here.
She does.
And maybe there's a little bit of denial. I'm not sure. But also I think there's been some minimization. And to be honest, I'm not even sure I got the answers to the questions that I asked. She had some difficulty expressing herself with us today.
It's all
Concerns that she wants to go back to that same relationship, that, she chose to leave a very good program to be alone, which makes me wonder if she would reach out for support in the community. The assault ticket, of course, is concerning given her aggressive behavior during the incident offenses.
I don't know if she really accepts responsibility for much of anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Explain to Mr. Sarkov that, about the ticket, the fighting ticket, like it was
an assault ticket, yeah.
I mean, do you have a substitute? No, I don't.
Yeah, okay, so she does have 5 years of probation to follow her sentence, and I think she should use the remaining time here to get some more help, keep working on herself. My vote will be to deny today. Mr. Zarkov?
Yeah, I was struggling with it too.
Yeah.
Certainly share the concerns. Take her age into consideration, 25 years old, 23 at the time of the offense. Certainly this was not a great presentation today, but she has done some good things.
Well, I didn't like the fair evaluation in tier 2
Sure,
either.
yes. Yeah, I don't know if I can get to a grant, but I'm about to be the now.
Ms. Berry?
I also am going to be a denial. I have a problem with Ms. Hayes' decision making. I think that she is putting herself at risk to go out and reoffend because she is really not taking advantage of what she's been offered, in the facility. I mean, I'm just hoping that she can get the help that she needs. I don't know what that is at this point because I don't think she's able to identify what that is. So I'm a no. Despite her having completed the programs, I see very little evidence of offender change.
Right.
I don't believe that anything is going to be different when she's released out because her decisions in the facility aren't good decisions. Removing yourself from a work program, not going to NA, not being on your mental health medication, like it's a bunch of stuff. So for me, it's nothing.
All right, so how inadequate evidence of offender change and offense committed while on probation? Offenses committed while on probation. Anything else?
Fine.
All right. In the matter of Larissa Hayes, inmate number 445164, I'll move to deny parole for the following reasons: inadequate evidence of offender change and your offenses were committed while you're on probation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Hayes, take advantage of your probation. You have about a year left. See what more work you can do on yourself, and we wish you the best.
Thank you.
This concludes the 5 months.
Yeah, I have flag.
All right.
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Fly, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so we are just having some connection issues with one of our other agencies that's trying to connect. If you can just step out for a minute and have another inmate come in, we're gonna do them and then we'll have you come in after them.
No problem.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Right, good morning, my name is Parole Officer Boyce for today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Morning, panel member Barry.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name is Jennifer Perry, inmate number 272214.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jennifer Perry, inmate number 272214. She is serving a sentence of 8 years suspended after 4 years and 5 years probation for failure to appear first, possession with intent. As of day record, like parole eligibility date, April 7th, 2026, there is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed new thoughts in tier 4. She is currently participating in the intensive aftercare program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, Warner, the offender's overall score for recidivity is both in the medium range. Ms. Perry, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. To the Board of Pardons and Parole, I would like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity. My name is Jennifer Perry. In late 2016, early 2017, I relapsed. I had just lost custody of my children and was getting out of a very abusive marriage. I had also just lost my maternal grandmother, who played a huge part in my upbringing. I was not using prior to that, but also did not consider myself in recovery. I was not attending meetings and had no resources to the recovery community. I ended up turning to drugs and essentially relapsed before I even picked up a drug. I am currently 2 years into my 4-year sentence and clean from all substances, including methadone. I now consider myself in full recovery and feeling great. Jail has saved my life. I was on a path towards death and destruction. I would never have owned up to my truth if it wasn't for the time that I'm serving. Now sober, I've learned the trickling effect of my addiction. My children have missed out on having their mother, and my mother missed out on having her only daughter. My son experimented with pills while I have been incarcerated, and the fear and pain from that experience alone convinced me that I will never use or sell drugs to another person again. I refuse to be responsible for another mother's child using drugs, or anyone for that matter. I graduated the Maryland Baker Tier 4 program on October 20th, 2025. I have remained in the program as a peer mentor. I became a certified recovery coach for CCAR in September of 2025. I completed Project Genesis re-entry class in December 2025. I completed the Job Center training in March 2026. I also completed the House of Healing program in April of 2026. I have also been attending School for Business since September of 2025. I have been an active member of the community, from being a big sister to many new residents in the program, to attending and chairing 3+ fellowship meetings per week, to orienting new residents to the rules and regulations of the program. I also have been able to balance being a laundry worker, commissary worker, backup child worker, and am now currently a grounds and off-grounds worker and backup stable worker. The Maryland Baker program was challenging, intense, and emotional. I was able to work through my traumas that I suppressed from childhood. I've learned important core values such as honesty, integrity, rational thinking, and good decision making. I accept that I will always be in recovery, and my sobriety will be a lifelong journey and commitment. Being a peer mentor in this community, I've learned great coping mechanisms to deal with stressful situations, conflict resolution skills to help with situations here and within society. I have a solid plan that includes therapy, employment, having a CCAR recovery coach, volunteering at CCAR and within my community, and attending meetings. I have connected with AA and NA fellowship meetings in our building, and I'm looking forward to finding a home group and a sponsor in my community. Being a CCAR recovery coach, I was given the tools and knowledge to work with recoveries and understand the field. I plan to work in this field while I go back to school to become a drug and alcohol substance abuse counselor. Becoming a peer mentor has taught me the importance of being an upstanding citizen even when no one is looking. If I am granted parole, my life in recovery will not change. I am determined not to fail or stray away from my values and beliefs. I know my journey in my life and sobriety will continue growing with the support and love of my family and friends. I look forward to being the mother Devin, Sean, Kaylee, and Tracy need and deserve. I do know that I am ready for this next step and will exceed expectations. Thank you for your attention and time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perry. We have some questions for you, and when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Okay.
We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Zarka.
Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Perry.
Good morning.
Thank you for your opening statement. You covered a lot of ground for us. You mentioned that you relapsed in 2016, so 17? What was the year?
Yes. It was late 2016, early 2017.
And how long were you sober before that?
About 7 years.
Were you able to figure out why you relapsed at the time?
Yeah, I wasn't using my resources. I just was not coping. I pulled away from family, friends. I isolated myself.
What were your drugs of choice?
Crack cocaine and heroin.
And you were using since 2016 until you were arrested, essentially?
Yes.
Were you working at all during that time?
No, I was selling to support my habit.
Okay. You've done very well since you got incarcerated, right? Completed a number of positive programs. What do you think are the biggest takeaways for you from the Maryland Baker program that you can take to the community?
Integrity, doing the right thing when no one's looking. I've worked on, like I said, a lot of childhood trauma that I left untreated for very long.
You feel like you've been addressing it now?
Yes, definitely. The House is a Healing program definitely was a key in helping me through some of those things.
You do have one disciplinary report, right? It was about 1.5 years ago.
Yes.
It was what, theft? Can you tell us what happened?
Yes, of a library book. I mistakenly took a book out of the library. And yeah. So.
What book was it?
A crochet book. A crochet book. I had checked one out and then didn't check one out, so.
You don't have a sponsor, right? You want to go to a halfway house?
I do have a sponsor. I gave it to Mr. Boys for Brenda Gibbs.
Okay, who's your sponsor?
Brenda Gibbs.
Gonna live with her?
Yes.
How do you know them?
She's a friend of my family.
Does she use any substances?
No, she does not. She's actually, she's a psychiatric nurse at Griffin Hospital.
Okay, in the community, you mentioned that you're going to attend meetings.
Yes. And
You know where they are already?
Yeah, I am familiar with meetings in that area. And I want to get a sponsor. I have a recovery coach now that I work with that's going to connect me with some people too.
What do you think is going to be difficult for you when you're released?
Right now, just pretty much obtaining employment is going to be the hardest thing for me because of my record, but I have worked with the job center here. So I do have a lot of resources. The New Haven Community Center has the Salvation Army has an employment program through there. So I'm definitely going to link up with them when I get out.
What are you thinking for employment in the short term? I know you mentioned you want to go to school to be, go ahead.
I'm really not, I'm pretty flexible. I'm kind of a jack of all trades. I'll work at Dunkin' Donuts if I have to, anything just to get me into the work environment.
Okay. How do you think you're going to deal with supervision?
Good. I have no doubts. I'm going to be a grandmother. I just found out in December. My kids are very excited. My mother. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think that's all I have for you. Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Chair. So Ms. Perry, you sound good here today. I appreciate all that you're doing there in the facility to help people who are like yourself try to combat their addiction and live a life of sobriety and in recovery. It's unfortunate, though, that you had to experience your son dabbling in substances to really see how it impacts our communities. I mean, because a review of your file indicates that you know, selling drugs, that was your occupation of choice, which was very unfortunate. I mean, every other conviction that you received was drug related. I see a bunch of larcenies too in your history. I'm interested in hearing more about the C-card piece because it all, like, I know it's in most facilities and it's meant primarily to help those people who are in recovery obtain, you know, some additional help. But lots of people go and they become recovery coaches themselves. So I'm interested in knowing, do you have a coach yourself or do you have one?
I do. Her name is Jennifer Reed. In fact, I was formerly incarcerated with her the last time I was incarcerated, and she's remained clean ever since. And we speak weekly. We communicate through the tablet.
Okay. And so what are your aspirations of being that to someone else?
Just through my knowledge and my experience, I think I could be very beneficial to someone else. To help them through times that I've overcame and I've been through myself.
Yeah, but your primary focus really should be on yourself right now, because I think that this is all fresh and new to you. I know you spoke with my colleague about being sober for 7 years. The information that the officer provided us said the longest clean time has been 5 years. So I'm not sure where the discrepancy lies, but I'm hoping that you're able to refrain from substances. And I down and your programs listed was the MAT program, but you said in your opening statement that you're no longer on that. When did you stop?
It's been about 10 months I've been off of that.
And why did you stop?
When I'm on the methadone program, I tend to turn towards other drugs. As like a balance out, and I didn't like that. So for myself, I thought it would be best that I do get off of that.
So does a Suboxone, I know that that's another one. Does that help? Is that similar to the methadone?
It's basically the same thing. It's a blocker. But at this point, I really feel that I'm strong enough to, as long as I attend my meetings and stay involved with my network and sponsor and positive people, my family, I feel strong.
And I'm asking you this because I see that you participated in a number of treatments out in the community. And while you completed your 4 during your last period of incarceration in 2010, and things just didn't seem to click for you. So, yeah, you can go ahead and talk about that because I just want to make sure that you are ready to go out and abide by the law.
Right. I think a lot of it, when I got out the last time, I was put right back in the position. My kids were in foster care. They were on the verge of being adopted, and I jumped into the community and right into being a full-time mother again immediately. Had no time for myself. My children are grown now. I mean, I do still have a 13-year-old, but he's with my mother, and plans to stay with my mother until I'm able to prove and show, you know, my continued progress when I do integrate back into the community.
All right, and I also saw that you didn't show up for court. That's one of your convictions here today.
Right.
Are you aware of what happens if you decide that you don't want to show up to parole, or you have 5 years of probation to follow?
Absolutely.
Are you aware of the step?
Yes, absolutely.
You can come right back to prison.
Yes.
You're not done with us until 2028.
Yeah.
So, okay. And my last question is, how do you believe that parole would assist with you reintegrating back into the community?
Just be definitely a positive backbone for me for the support that I may need outside of having a sponsor, link me to resources that I may need when I get out. I'm up for anything. If I have to continue treatment when I get out, I'm completely open for anything I have to do to continue being a productive member of society.
You know, I hear a lot of people say, you know, that the parole, they would like to use parole and probation as for their resources, but some people say too that I need that accountability. I need someone, I need that structure. I need to make sure that I'm checking in like I'm supposed to be and following the rules. And I think between a halfway house and parole and then probation, I think that it would be beneficial for you so that you could have that fallback plan. So
Absolutely, I agree with you.
and you have done well in the facility and you have taken the best program. So if you can't get it right with this, you know, I'm just hoping that you can get back on track and not
Absolutely
go back into, you know, committing crimes to fulfill your own substance abuse needs. So thank you for speaking. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Perry, give us a few minutes to discuss your case and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision. Mr.
Thank
Zarko?
you.
Madam Chair. Ms. Perry is here because she was selling drugs in the community to support her habit. Her whole criminal history is related to her use of substances, represented by a number of larcenies that we see, sixth degree. She has done very well during this period of incarceration, completed a number of positive programs, including the Maryland Baker program. She has worked in the facility consistently. She's been a mentor for others. She's been attending school. She seems to have a solid relapse prevention plan and release plan. I have her granted today.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
As do I, Madam Chair. I think that will be helpful for.
I agree. Mr. Zarko, what do you have for conditions?
There's a codependent, and
Yeah.
other than that, I have standard conditions. I'm not going to do mental health evaluations.
I would still do a halfway house and mental health evaluation as well. Yes.
That's right.
Okay. You know, they don't have to use the halfway house if the sponsor checks out, but we did not have that information. All right, in the matter of Jennifer Perry, inmate number 272214, I'll move to grant parole effective June 22nd, 2026 with the following additional conditions. Parole to a halfway house if your sponsor doesn't work out. Mental health evaluation and treatment if it's deemed necessary, and no contact with your co-defendant Damon Roberts. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perry, we wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
Perry, I think 27.
Yeah.
Did you want me or the other girl out there now?
Grab a seat in here for a minute. We'll let
Okay.
you know. As we come in.
All right.
No.
All right, Ms. Flagg, we're good to go with your case, so we're going to begin. Ms. Flagg, can you hear us?
Oh, my God.
Ms. Flagg?
You boys vote, do you see the York video frozen on your end?
Yeah.
Yes, it's frozen on our end.
All right, I'm going to hang up and then dial them back.
Okay, thank you.
It is, right?
I think you're good.
You sure?
Should be.
Because before,
York, can you hear us?
yes,
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it seems like the video froze for a moment.
or there was like, they could see me, now they can't. Oh.
Can you see and hear us though?
Yes, we're good now.
Thank you.
Ms. Flagg, can you hear us now?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So we're all set. We're going to go ahead and begin with your case.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This hearing in the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Alex Tarkoff.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Haley Flagg, 451-322.
Thank you. Also present for this hearing is the board psychologist. Can you please state your name? Sorry, where did that? This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Haley Flagg, inmate number 45122. She's serving a sentence of 3 years for 1 count of violation of court order and 1 count of assault. Third, as of today, records reflect parole eligibility of May 10th, 2026. There is a case. There is an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed. It shows the offender's new thoughts beyond violence and is currently participating in DEFY and Tier 2. Utilizing the women's nursing assessment order, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Ms. Flagg, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. As you know, my name is Haley and I've been incarcerated for a little over 17 months. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to stand before you today, requesting your consideration for my early release. I believe that my time here was needed for me to correct my unhealthy behaviors, manage and balance my emotions, heal from past traumas, and learn accountability. With that being said, I take full accountability for my actions, leading me here and the ones I've made in the past. Prison was the wake-up call that I needed, and I truly believe it saved my life and relationships I thought were permanently destroyed. I never considered the seriousness of my crimes, the true consequences of my actions, and those I've hurt in the past. The most difficult thing for me was acknowledging the pain and hurt that my family had gone through and the domino effect my actions created. 15-minute phone calls and 1-hour visits are painful, however, we pulled through. Although there's still more work to be done, the progress I've made with my parents is nothing short of a miracle. This time has always shown me how valuable my family and the time with them is. And more often than not, I reflect on my past choices, regretting I hadn't made better ones. On paper, I may have one victim, but in my heart, I have many more. From my parents, my siblings, my nieces and nephews, aunts and uncles. Not only did my actions affect me, but those around me. My absence all this time weighed heavily on my family, and I'll never be able to give that back to them. And this is one of the many lessons I've learned while incarcerated. Most importantly, I messed up when I got my assault charge toward my sister, Chelsea. Out of everybody in this world, I'm the closest with my sister, the victim of my crime. So close, we know each other's words before they're even spoken. Growing up, we were sidekicks, but along the years, many arguments and men got in the way. I know this impacted her physically and emotionally, but knowing my sister, the emotional pain affected her the most. As it's obvious, we have our lows, we do have our highs, and in our good moments, we're inseparable and best friends. So for her, knowing I broke that sense of trust and hurts her more than anything physical. Me being a constant in my niece's life is important. She was diagnosed with a rare chromosome disorder at birth, so her ability to cope, process, and understand my absence for 18 months was another huge impact that my sister had to take on. Physically hurting her was by far the worst thing I could have done, and it was unjustifiable. No sister should have gone through what I put her through. After completing several programming and groups, I've become aware of how severe and destructive my actions were, and I'm able to emphasize how truly sorry I am and actually mean it. I'm blessed to say that we're past this and looking forward to a new start. These are not excuses for my actions, but I've accepted I can't undo my past, but only live in a way to never repeat it. The time apart gave me time to reevaluate things from a clear and sober mind and come to terms that things will be as they be. I understand it will be a discretion of the parole to decide on the terms of contact between my sister and I upon my release, and I will 100% abide by the orders and not place myself in any position to violate on any terms. I'm grateful I had a chance to work on things with her. And when the time is right, we can continue, and I've accepted to live life on life's terms. At a point in my incarceration, I struggled significantly, but today I'm grateful for that downfall. I believe that with my failure came room for a learning lesson, and that proves true in my case. It led me to great success. In Marilyn Baker, I wasn't handling myself in the ways I should have, and I began acting out. It was an overstimulating environment for me, from coming from a cell setting to a dorm so abruptly. I was anxious and felt misunderstood, and I couldn't thrive in that environment. None of this excuses my behavior, but while I was there, I did great in chairing meetings and being on the cleaning crew. I take full responsibility for my actions there, and I am thankful for the opportunity to have been there. I did well in smaller settings while chairing the meetings, and I did gain very valuable information. In a less chaotic, controlled setting, I took full advantage, acknowledging I had to step up. I needed to change. My mental and emotional health improved greatly. Growth and self-reflection was my top priority. Focusing on recovery and reintegration, I got enrolled and I'm fully active in DeFi, Stride, Business, Tier 2, NA, Smart Recovery, Al-Anon, Standing Strong, and Grief and Loss. I've successfully completed Houses of Healing, New Thoughts, Beyond Violence, and 4 business modules. These groups and programs shaped me into the woman that I am today. I've learned awareness, acceptance, acknowledgement, and accountability. Learning to vocalize my feelings and not hide from them, once being my biggest weakness, is now one of my greatest strengths. I've accepted it's okay to be vulnerable and ask for help, and not reacting isn't weak, it shows my strength. Most importantly, I'm aware now that I am who I surround myself with, and who I allow in my life will ultimately dictate where I go in my future. DeFi taught me the concept of non-negotiables, things I will do that are without a doubt to be done with no expectations. Aside from being present in my family's life, my top 3 priorities are my recovery, my employment, and my education, which I have a well-designed plan for. To maintain my sobriety, I'll be maintaining my mental health medications, which have been a huge impact on me. To maintain my sobriety, I'll be transitioning to Vivitrol in replacement of my naltrexone that I take daily here. Daily fellowship meetings are huge for me. I've noticed I benefit significantly from the support and companionship from the woman in the meetings here, so I'll continue them at home as well as one-on-one therapy. I'm one book shy of completion of Defy, so my facilitator and I have made a plan for my graduation and completion on the outside via Zoom. Defy provided me with a laptop and a 12-week boot camp program in addition to the completion of the books. I plan on continuing with my business degree in the future, but recovery is my main focus. Lastly, I've been blessed with a full-time secretary position for my brother-in-law at True Comforts in Southington, conveniently located less than a mile from my residence where I live with my mom. There's not enough words to describe how blessed I am for the support system that's walked this journey with me. If it wasn't for their constant support, motivation, prayers, and never losing hope on me, I worry I wouldn't have made it this far. I'm no longer ashamed to ask and accept the help given to me, and I'm committed to being 100% present in my family's life in hopes of starting with my nephew's arrival in July. I'm confident that my reintegration will go smoothly, knowing if I need guidance or help, I have them. I'm also extremely grateful for the programs and the education the DLC provided me with. While I was here, I've gained so much knowledge, coping skills, and resources, and I now have new avenues to explore that will act as replacements for unhealthy behaviors. I believe this experience and this consequence was necessary and put in my path in order for me to succeed. And I've come to the realization my life needed serious change or something severe was in store for me. I'm no longer the same destructive, disrespectful, selfish person who committed those crimes in the past. I always thought I had unlimited chances and was untouchable until life took a turn for the worst. And I had to pay the price for all the damage I've caused from my teens until what led me here. My get out of jail free cards ran out and reality sunk in. Turning 29 today, I'm a reformed woman. I believe this could be an opportunity for a second chance to a fresh start. I've taken advantage of what York had to offer me in order to thrive, and I can assure you I've outgrown this chapter of my life. There's no room for incarceration in my future. I feel there's greater benefit and growth and recovery if able to use my newfound knowledge and resources at home with my employment opportunity, fellowship support, and my family. If granted parole, I will be honored with lawful living, honesty, and responsibility. And again, I thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Flagg, for your statement. We have some questions for you when we're done with our questions. We'll ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate input, then we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today, okay?
Awesome, yeah.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy birthday, Ms. Flagg.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see that you're able to celebrate it living it sober.
Yes.
And I, in reviewing your file, I did see that you were self-medicating to suppress your pain from the death of your significant other.
Yes.
Had an opportunity to address that while you've been in the facility?
I actually was participating in grief and loss with the social worker Ashton for a little while. And Counselor Cohen's actually has been amazing working with me. She actually had reached out and looked for counselors in Southington that I can work with on the outside for support. She has been a really, really, really good avenue for me here. So Tier 2 has been a really good source for me to cope with that. And I think overall just being sober here, having that time to actually grieve her. I don't think I went through the process the way I should have at home.
Lots of time that happens because life continues on, you know.
Yeah.
And we don't have the time to stop and you know, really focus on ourselves and what we're feeling. So, I mean, my condolences, because I realize that this was very significant in your life, but death, unfortunately, is a part of life. So tell us how you intend to cope with those kinds of things. Because you spoke about in your opening statement that you have now these healthy coping skills.
Right.
So I'm curious to know what some of those are.
Those are coping skills I never had at home. So now that I have all those tools, I want to take advantage of them. I never ever went to therapy at home. I was offered medication growing up. I never ever took the medication. So that has been a huge help for me as far as managing and balancing my emotions. I really want to start doing the fellowship meetings because having that, aside from having family, it's great to have the support from my family, but to have support from other people too, outside of my family has been huge. So having that companionship and like a sisterhood within, you know, outside of family was amazing. But even just processing my emotions sober has been huge. I never took advantage of counseling, and let alone grief counseling. I tried doing that and I was just stubborn. I was completely blocked off to everything. Anything people offered me, I didn't want to hear it. I accept so much feedback now and I want the feedback. I want the help because I can't grow without help. You know, I have to be comfortable with change. If you're not comfortable, it's not, you know, it's supposed to not be comfortable. And I've accepted that now, so.
So, you know, you really did spell out and cover a lot of ground in your opening statement. When you put it down, I said, well, that's a long statement, but you covered a lot of ground. I mean, I understand the bond that you have with your sister, and sometimes, you know, things happen, but you never meant for things to be the way that they were. So, yeah. And I heard you also say that prison saved your life, you know, and we hear that oftentimes. I'm just hoping that you don't forget that when you're out in the community and life is lifing. Yeah. And we go back into the things that are familiar or are comforting. Right. So you are ahead of the game in that you have lots of family support. We received several letters of support on your behalf. I heard you talk about your employment opportunity that your brother-in-law is giving you. Your mom wants you to come home and live with her. She has confirmed you as a sponsor. And you told us what you intend to do in terms of maintaining your sobriety. I saw the 90 and 90. Those are always, you know, good meetings. You talked about the medication because the drug of choice that you chose. It's difficult to, you know, to combat that addiction. So recognizing that Vivitrol could be helpful for you is another step in the right direction. You know, you've done very well, Ms. Flags. No tickets, positive programs. You've addressed your grief in there. It sounds like you still want to continue working on yourself when you're released. You've expressed remorse for your offense. You talked about how gut-wrenching it is when your family comes to visit you for an hour and then they have to leave and you have to go back. And that's part of reality. You know, prison is supposed to be rehabilitated. And I really do hope that I feel as though you've demonstrated evidence of offender change through your programming and your institutional behavior and the things that you shared with us here today. So I don't have any further questions. I appreciate your speaking to me and thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Ms. Flagg, can you talk to us about the issues that you encountered while in Tier 4?
Oh, Marilyn Baker. So I just, at that point, I wasn't taking that seriously. I feel like I took advantage of the program and I regret that completely. Ms. Tramachi has a great program there and I felt very overstimulated there. I don't know how to explain. I wasn't acting the way I should have been. And although I did the program, I loved how the information that was given to me. I just feel like I almost wasn't treating it as if it was a program, and I looked at it more just as like a dorm setting, and it was just too much. It was a lot for me, and I couldn't thrive in that kind of setting. And I've taken Tier 2, and I've gotten more information out of Tier 2 and taken it more in a little setting has done more for me than Tier 4 did. Yeah. And I feel like Ms. Tramachi's amazing. I had a great connection with her, and it was horrible when I left. Like I see her now and bittersweet because I really did. I loved her program and I had a great connection with her. It just wasn't something I could thrive in. It's a very
Okay. All right.
different
I appreciate your
environment.
honesty. And sometimes we do have to, find ways to thrive in some, get uncomfortable, right? To get
Right.
comfortable.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your honesty. Similarly, I want to talk to you about the struggles that you've had on probation. Why? You violated multiple times while you were on probation. So what was the problem?
The violation of probation, Susan Wexler. That was probation with who was this?
You've had probation multiple times and you violated multiple times. I'm just, what I'm trying to get at is, if you go out on parole, there's strict guidelines and rules, and it's similar to probation, but you've struggled with probation in the past. So I'm just wondering why.
I can't even tell you why. There's no justifiable reason for that. I wasn't taking anything serious.
Okay, well, that's an explanation.
Like, I can tell you anything in my past, I did not take anything serious.
Okay.
My whole lifestyle was in shambles. Anything that had responsibility, I did not care. Like, it was something that, anything that I had to do with responsibility or taking acknowledgement of anything, I lacked.
Okay.
And I'm not going to lie to you about that. And it was just not important to me. My lifestyle was crazy. I was bouncing from here to there to wherever. I was not responsible.
Okay. So you feel like at this point you're more responsible and you're ready
100%.
to adhere to all strict rules and guidelines.
This place has made me so structured and organized. I have everything planned to a T. Like, right now I want rules. I speak to my mom on the phone and I tell her, like, I want the stability. I rely on that now. And I think it's just because the way things are here, that's something where it's became a norm, like a normal in my head. And I don't know if that comes with the whole recovery or even what I've learned in groups here, but without that structure, it throws me off completely. So even leaving here I'm used to waking up, going to school, going to class and having everything in order for me. So I had to make I had to make a whole schedule for home, because really you don't have the resources that you have here that you're provided with that you do at home. So as far as that, like, I am now 100% a completely different person when it comes to that, because I had nothing. I had nothing in order at home before.
Okay. Are you in school now?
Yes.
Is that the marketing course with Three Rivers?
No, that is business.
Oh, business. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you plan to continue with school in the community?
Yes, 100%.
Where are you going to go to school?
Tunxis.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Thank you, Ms. Flagg. Mr. Zarko?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So at this point, we'll ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate input. Ms. Vasquez, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you. We have the victim of this case connected via conference call, and she wishes to address the board. This is an opportunity for you to express to the board your wishes and concerns. At this time, please unmute your microphone by pressing *6, and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I submitted a letter to Victims Advocate, but I'm just going to read it off of my phone if that's okay.
Sure.
As you know, I'm Haley's sister. I'm writing in support of her as you consider her for parole. Before Haley's incarceration, our relationship was very toxic. We were not good for one another. And because of that, a protective order was put in place. At the time, I honestly never imagined we would be able to rebuild our relationship. since the protective order was lifted, we have remained in communication from nearly the beginning of her incarceration until today. During that time, I've witnessed a transformation in Haley that I can only describe as remarkable. The woman I speak with today is not the same person who entered prison. Her personality, attitude, and mindset has completely changed. Haley has taken every opportunity available to better herself. She has participated in nearly every class, program, and treatment offered through the Department of Corrections. Rather than making excuses or causing problems, she has kept her head down, followed the rules, and done everything that has been expected of her. More importantly, she has taken responsibility for her past and committed herself to becoming a better woman. I honestly cannot remember the last time Haley and I had such a healthy relationship before she was incarcerated. Having my sister back in my life has been a blessing and a breath of fresh air. She is clean and sober, driven by positive goals, and focused on building a better future. Her strength, perseverance, and determination has been inspiring to witness. I know that Haley cannot change the mistakes she has made, and neither can I. But I truly believe she has changed herself. She has put in hard work to become someone our family can once again trust and be proud of. And I am far proud of her. If given the opportunity, I believe she will continue making positive choices and become a productive member of our community. If there is anyone deserving of a second chance, that is my sister. I respectfully ask that you consider granting her parole so she can continue her journey of recovery and rebuilding her life outside of prison. She most certainly does not belong there. Thank you for your time and the important work you do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Flagg, at this point, we're going to deliberate about your case and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the statement given by the victim in this case. We did review it in preparation for today's hearing, and I'm glad to hear that she supports her. I too can see the change since Ms. Flagg has entered into the facility. You know, she said in her opening statement that before that, you know, they were just giving her probation and there was no incarceration, but this was like her stopping point where she had to stop and face the music. So she's taken the appropriate programs. She's supporting the community. The victim is in favor of her being released, and I am going to vote to support this question.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Decker.
I do too.
All right. So we have a victim, obviously, mental health, alcohol. Anything else?
Anger management. But I think that yeah, I mean, she did the beyond violence.
Right. All right. Mr. Decker, anything else? Okay. In the matter of Haley Flagg, amendment number 451322, I move to grant parole effective June 22nd, 2026. With the following additional conditions: you're to have no contact with your victim, initial CF, without your parole officer's permission. Mental health evaluation and treatment if it's deemed necessary, and you're not to consume alcoholic beverages. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Do you understand, Ms. Flagg?
Yes.
All right, keep working.
Thank you so much.
It's hearing for Haley Flagg in number 451322.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back.
You know, morning, you can have a seat. The board's just gonna take a recess, so just hang out there for a moment. We'll be back in a few moments.
Okay. Take your time.
While the board's in recess, I do just want to let you know you can still be heard to the public.
Okay. Let's forget about it.
Morning, Mr. Bennett. Are you ready to start? Good morning. I am Parole Officer Renard, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Julian Bennett, inmate number 403-772. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the Board of Pardons and Parole's central office in McDougall Correctional Institution. Please state your full name and DOC number for the record.
Julian Bennett, 403772.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Okay, so we're going to go over the purpose of this revocation hearing. This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of the fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has the responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence. That is, the better or weightier evidence must establish that, more probably than not, the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will reinstate your parole, which means releasing you and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find that you violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I will make a recommendation as to an appropriate sanction. My recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. You should know that a revocation hearing is an adversarial proceeding, as anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. The testimony at today's hearing will be taken under oath. Mr. Bennett, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Yeah.
First, I will read you your rights, then we will review the parole violation charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you. Then I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state is not present at today's proceedings. However, you will have an opportunity to present any relevant testimony and any relevant documents. After the considering of all evidence presented, I will announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, you will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. If I find that you violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, the state will have the opportunity to speak to your background and history. Sorry about that. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to go over your rights. You have the right to be represented by an attorney at this hearing. You may hire your own attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may qualify for an appointed attorney to represent you. Were you informed that an attorney could represent you at this hearing?
Yeah, but they too emotional, so I'll do it by myself.
They said what?
They were being emotional, so I'll just do it by myself. I guess I don't know.
Okay. Attorney. All right. So you want to proceed without an attorney?
Yeah, I ain't got no choice.
Okay. All right. So please be aware that if you do ask for an attorney, the hearing will have to be continued. And you said you want to proceed without an attorney, correct?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. You have the right to receive written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive written notice?
Yeah.
Okay. You have the right to review the evidence against you before this hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and to cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay. We'll now review the charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. On charge number 1, reporting, you had a regular reporting on April 8th, 2026. You did not show up to the Hartford District Office on April 8th, 2026 for regular reporting. Your current whereabouts in the community are unknown at this time. For charge number 2, condition of GPS, you had the GPS battery shut down on February 16th, 2026. 2:25 a.m. to 4:05 a.m. March 2nd, 2026, 12:45 p.m. to March 3rd, 2026, 1:23 a.m. March 10th, 2026, 8 a.m. to 8:58 a.m. March 17th, 2026, 7:32 a.m. to 8:16 a.m. March 20th, 2026, 9:28 a.m. to 9:56 a.m. On March 23rd, 2026, 12:08 p.m. to 12:45 p.m. March 24th, 2026, 5:02 p.m. to 5:49 p.m. March 29th, 2026, 6:52 p.m. to 10:24 p.m. April 1st, 2026, 8:54 p.m. to April 2nd, 2026, 3:09 a.m. and April 5th, 2026, 7:11 a.m. You had a GPS strap violation on April 3rd, 2026, 9:20 p.m. Your GPS device was found in New Britain near the Connecticut Fast Track Busway. You were not given permission to remove your GPS device from your person. You had on charge number 3, condition of curfew. You had GPS curfew violations on April 3rd, 2026, 9:21 p.m. to April 4th, 2026, 6 a.m. and on April 4th, 2026, 9:04 p.m. You did not have permission to be out after your 9 p.m. curfew. Charge number 4, program participation. You completed your orientation for the Explore Domestic Violence Program on March 20th, 2026. Per email from Explore Domestic Violence staff, you did not participate in any groups and have 4 absences. Explore Domestic Violence staff unsuccessfully discharged you from the Explore Domestic Violence Program on April 13th, 2026. Per your special parole agreement, you were supposed to participate in mental health treatment. On February 13th, 2026, you were referred to Wheeler Clinic. You did not go to Wheeler Clinic and complete an intake assessment for mental health treatment. On charge number 5, residence, per your GPS device, you did not stay at your parole-approved residence on April 3rd, 2026. Per Portia Ford, your parole and community services approved sponsor, you left the residence on April 3rd, 2026 and did not return to the residence. You did not have permission to stay at another residence. Your current whereabouts in the community are unknown at this time. For charge number 6, absconder, per Portia Ford, your parole and community service approved sponsor, you left your residence on April 3rd, 2026 and did not return to the residence. You did not have permission to stay at another residence. You had a GPS strap violation on April 3rd, 2026, 9:20 p.m. On April 6th, 2026, Portia stated she no longer wanted to be your sponsor. You were called on April 6th, 2026, and left a voicemail to call your parole officer. You did not call your parole officer back. An unannounced home visit was attempted on April 7th, 2026. At your last known parole-approved residence on 424 Church Street, New Britain, Connecticut. No one was home. Your former sponsor, Portia Ford, was called. She stated she was at school. On April 7th, 2026, your GPS device was found in New Britain near the Connecticut Fast Track Busway. On April 8th, 2026, a home visit was completed at your previous parole-approved residence. The residence was searched and you were not located at the residence. New Britain Hospital was called. They stated you were not a patient at the hospital. New Britain PD was called. They stated you were not arrested. At no time did you attempt to contact your parole officer and have since actually hidden your whereabouts from parole. Your current whereabouts in the community are unknown at this time. Excuse me. On charge number 7, behavioral management program. You completed the orientation for Explore Domestic Violence Program on March 20th, 2026. Per email from Explore Domestic Violence staff, you did not participate in any groups and had 4 absences. Explore Domestic Violence staff unsuccessfully discharged you from the Explore Domestic Violence Program on April 13th, 2026. We're going to identify the evidence submitted by the state and it has been marked for identification purposes. Exhibit A, Connecticut Conditions of Parole. Exhibit B, Connecticut Board of Parole remain to actual custody. Exhibit C, Notice of Parole Violation, Notice of Parolee Rights. Exhibit D, Parole Violation Report. Exhibit E, GPS Monitoring Agreement, Parole and Community Services. Exhibit F, Offender Misconduct. Exhibit G, State of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles Decision Information Summary Update. Exhibit H, Parole Violation Reports from 2024, 2025. Exhibit I, Position of History for Julian Bennett, Allied Universal Electronic Monitoring EM Manager. Exhibit J, Event History, Allied Universal Electronic Monitoring EM Manager. And Exhibit K, Judicial Branch Court Support Services Division Explore Discharge Report. In addition, the state has filed an addendum to the parole violation report that states in reference to the parole violation report submitted by P.O. Delpain regarding Julian Bennett, inmate number 403772, the following applies. On April 20th, 2026, the Board of Pardons and Parole issued a warrant for re-imprisonment. Based on that report, the case was subsequently transferred to Fugitive Investigations Unit and assigned to P.O. Hollett on 4/21/2026. On May 5th, 2026, Bennett self-surrendered at Hartford District Parole Office. Bennett was transferred to Hartford Correctional Center, where a remand to custody order was lodged with A&P. Following removal of wrist restraints, Bennett was served with notice of parole violation and parolee rights. A copy of the signed notice, parolee rights, and remand to custody order have been uploaded to case notes and can be found in the file attachments under parole violation evidence. Did you receive the notice of parole violation report, and other documents I just marked for identification purposes?
Yeah.
Did you request any witnesses today?
Nah.
Okay, is now your opportunity to present any evidence and to speak on any evidence submitted.
I don't really got nothing to say. I turn myself in. That's all I really gotta say. Do whatever y'all want. I'm not worried about it. I don't care what y'all do for real. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Okay, I will now take a moment to review the case and will notify you of my findings. Okay. For charge number 1, I find that you violated the condition of reporting based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A and D. For charge number 2, I find that you violated the condition of GPS based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, D, E, I, and J. For charge number 3, I find that you violated condition of curfew based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, D, E, I, and J. For charge number 4, I find that you violated condition of program participation based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, D, and K. For charge number 5, I find that you violated condition of residence based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A and D. For charge number 6, I find that you violated condition of absconder based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A and D. For charge number 7, I find that you violated the condition of behavioral management program based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, D, and K. That concludes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make my recommendation, you will have an opportunity to speak on your background and history. The purpose of this part of the revocation hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. And Mr. Bennett, do you wish to make a statement regarding your the violation background and history at this time?
No, sir.
Do you have anywhere that you're going to sponsor to, or you need a halfway house?
I gotta talk to my brother's mother. She's trying to work on something. So, but if push comes to shove, it might be a halfway house. However, I would like to get back into the scattered site if possible instead of a halfway house. But again, if scattered site isn't possible, then I'll talk to my brother's mother and see what we can do.
Okay, so what? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I apologize. She just wanted to wait until I came here to see what the outcome is, and then she told me give her a call, and then we'll figure something out as far as housing. But me personally, I would like to get in the scattered site, back into the scattered site through CRT if possible. But if not, then I'll let her know.
All right. So for a halfway house placement, what district would you like to go to?
Hartford.
Hartford. Okay.
Yeah.
So when when you get done with this, talk to your parole officer out in the field, and then discuss those options with them when you get that proposed sponsor's information. Okay, and
No
your
problem.
plan on going forward of doing other programs.
Okay.
All right.
And then,
go ahead.
And then I apologize if my brother's mother ends up finding something.
Yeah.
Then would I contact the counselor here and they'll contact parole or?
Yeah. Do it that way, or try just directly contact your parole officer, whoever's assigned to you. Okay. Anything else that you'd like to say before I announce my recommendation?
No, sir.
Okay. I've listened to the testimony and reviewed all the evidence provided. Based on that, I recommend that your special parole be revoked with a new re-parole date of October 5th, 2026. This is an approximate 5-month sanction. This sanction is calculated from the date you were remanded to custody. The following conditions are recommended for your special parole release: halfway house placement, mental health treatment, behavioral management program, domestic violence, and no contact with NC without the PO's permission. My findings and recommendations will be forwarded to the board on July 2nd, 2026. You should receive the official written decision from the board within a week from that date. The board may lessen the recommended sanction or let my recommended sanction stand. The board will then set conditions for your special parole. If the board decides to impose a sanction longer than what I've recommended, then a supplemental hearing will be held. Before the hearing, the board will provide you with written notice documenting the specific reasons why they may want to exceed my recommendation. During the supplemental hearing, you will have an opportunity to respond to those specific reasons while in front of the panel of the board. This concludes the revocation hearing, and I'm now going off the record. You're all set, sir.
Thank you. Yes, miss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hello, good morning. It's me. I apologize to keep you waiting. I was shaving, trying to shave.
Mr. Coons, correct?
Yes, me, yes, sir. How you doing?
All right, we're gonna get started, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Coons, this is inmate, Stephen Coons, inmate number 337618. Do you want to go forward without an attorney, or do you want to be represented by an attorney?
Honestly, I was doing pretty well out there. I accomplished more than
No, so hold on. I'm asking you a question. You need to give me an answer. Do you want to proceed with
representing myself? Sorry to cut you off.
All right, so you want to go through with a preliminary hearing without representation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just be mindful. I'm going to ask you that question again. If you make that decision, that's up to you. Okay. So we're going to get started. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. I am Parole Officer Menard. I'm a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing concerning Stephen Coons, inmate number 337618. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the Board of Pardons and Paroles Central Office in New Haven Correctional Center. Please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record.
My name is Stephen Coons, 337618.
This is a public hearing. Public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. This is a preliminary hearing which has three purposes under Connecticut law. One, to determine if there's probable cause to believe you committed an act that violated the conditions of your parole. B, to determine if the act is sufficiently serious to warrant the revocation of your parole. And C, to determine if you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, has the responsibility to show that there is probable cause to believe that you violated one or more of the conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause, I will reinstate your parole, which means releasing you and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause and determine that the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. You should know that a preliminary hearing is an adversarial proceeding. Anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. The testimony at today's hearing will be taken under oath. Mr. Coons, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do. Amen.
Okay. We're going to go over the procedure for this hearing. First, I will read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you. Then I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state is not present at today's proceedings. However, you will have an opportunity to address the issue of probable cause and the severity of the allegations. At the conclusion of this hearing, I will inform you of my findings, which will be based on the available evidence. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No, sir.
Okay. You have important rights at this hearing, which I will now review with you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney at this hearing. You may hire your own attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may qualify for an appointed attorney to represent you. Were you informed that an attorney could represent you at this hearing?
I was received legal mail. I didn't have much time to notarize it, but considering the length of my sentence and my case, I chose to represent myself.
Okay. And do you intend to seek counsel for this hearing or proceed without counsel?
Like I said, I seek to proceed without counsel.
Okay. You have the right to receive written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
I did, yes, sir.
You have the right to review the evidence against you before this hearing. You have the right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and to cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
I do. I also, if I could chime in, I did not know it was going to be this early. I don't know. I had some emails put together for the case. Just evidence showing of the things that I've completed, goals I completed while being out there, and support for me. If I'm able to make a call, I don't know if that's available for you yet, because they were either sending it last night or this morning. But I can make a call and have those available for you.
And how would you get those available to us?
I would email them to you. We could make a call. That's what you said. We can make a call for eyewitness. I could call my mother. She would email them to you.
Okay. So we're just going to go on a brief recess for a second. I'm going to figure out what we can do. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
That light is bright. I took a photo. Yes, ma'am. I think it was my best. You're there everywhere.
Okay, we are back on the record with inmate Stephen Coons, inmate number 337618. Mr. Coons, what are the evidence that you want to present, or what is it?
So I had quite a few things I completed that were aligned with the goals I had set in my parole hearing. And I thought that would help me show the case that I was mostly on track. I had a couple of setbacks with a dirty urine. And
so, Mr. Coons, I'm just asking you about the evidence that you want to present.
Okay, so I have I was in group center for methadone. I attended IOP and a monthly group there. I was in therapy with Fortitude Center in New Milford, Connecticut. I had paid my suspension fee and tracked to get to my license. I bought a car, and as well as I was employed a couple times. I had lost the jobs due to transportation, and have I worked on my business plan, setting up my business to enroll for the summer, and had a LLC and tax number supporting that.
Is this evidence relevant to the charges that you're here for today?
They're relevant to me being on parole and doing the things being compliant with parole, yeah. Okay.
So we're going to proceed. And thank you for letting me know all the stuff that you want to bring forward. So if I do find serious enough for this preliminary hearing and it goes to a revocation hearing, we will definitely gather that information from you.
Okay.
And and take that into consideration. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So now I'm going to go over your charges, and we will proceed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. We will now review the charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you, and the information underlying each charge. For charge number 1, reporting on May 28, 2026, you failed to report as directed to Waterbury Parole Office. You were made aware of this appointment via text message on May 27, 2026, which you acknowledged via text. Charge number 2, condition of GPS. You failed to fully charge your GPS unit as instructed, which resulting in shutdowns on the following dates. On December 27th, 2025, December 28th, 2025, and December 31st, 2025. This is a violation of your parole GPS agreement number 4. On February 7th, 2026, you violated your 9 p.m. curfew when you failed to report home that evening and didn't return home until the following date of February 8th, 2026. This is a violation of your GPS agreement number 5 and number 11. On February 15th, 2026, you violated your 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew when you left your dwelling at 1:08 a.m. on February 15th, 2026, and returned at 3:37 a.m. on February 15th, 2026. This is a violation of your GPS agreement number 5 and number 11. On May 28th, 2026, you cut your GPS unit from your ankle at 9:54 a.m. without permission. This is a violation of your GPS agreement number 1, 2, 3, and 10. On charge number 3, condition of program participation, on May 25th, 2026, you failed to enter the Danbury MCCA McDonough House residential program as directed after completing their detox program. This is a violation of your conditions of parole number 1, release of directions. On charge number 4, condition of residence, on May 29th, 2026, a home visit was conducted after you failed to report on May 28th, 2026. You removed your belongings from your approved residence and your whereabouts are unknown. This is a violation of your conditions of parole number 1, release directions. On charge number 5, condition of absconder, on May 29th, 2026, a home visit was conducted after you failed to report on May 28th, 2026. You removed your belongings from your approved residence and your whereabouts are unknown. You also cut your GPS without permission. You have since failed to make any contact with parole and your whereabouts are unknown. This is a violation of your conditions of parole number 1, release direction. On charge number 6, conditions of drugs. On April 7th, 2026, you admitted to and signed a voluntary admission of positive test results. You admitted to using cocaine and fentanyl. On April 28th, 2026, at 12:38 p.m., you rendered a drug screen that was sent to Premier Biotech Lab for testing. Lab results were positive for cocaine, fentanyl, norfentanyl, and benzodiazepines. The specimen was also diluted. The state has filed the following exhibits pre-marked for identification purposes. Exhibit A, remand to actual custody order. Exhibit B, parole violation notice. Exhibit C, parole violation report. Exhibit D, signed parole conditions. Exhibit E, signed GPS monitoring agreement. Exhibit F, decision information summary. Exhibit G, voluntary admission form. Exhibit H, Premier Biotech lab report. Exhibit I, MCCA email correspondence. Exhibit J, misconduct reports. Exhibit K, Allied GPS reports. And Exhibit L, text message screenshots to parolee Coons. Mr. Coons, did you receive the notice of parole violation report, and other documents I just marked for identification purposes?
I did, yes, sir. I don't agree with all of them, but most of them I do.
All right, you'll have your opportunity to talk about those charges, okay?
Yes, sir.
So no defense exhibits have been filed by the parolee. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any evidence?
Do I have an opportunity to? No, I'm okay. We'll just go with the flow here.
Okay, today we have no witnesses. It is now, now is your opportunity to respond to the parole violation charges against you. However, remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. At this time, you may question any witnesses you have called or testified regarding your case. And would you like to respond to the charges at this time?
I would, yes. I wrote something that I thought would be appropriate for the preliminary. I also did prepare those emails like I was saying, but I guess if it goes to revocation, that's something that'd be more presentable at that time.
So right now, we want to respond to the charges that were brought
Okay.
against you, okay?
Awesome. So the GPS violations, I had always stayed in contact with my parole officer whenever I was late, which was usually only by 15 minutes, never more than an hour, which was rare. And usually just on the way getting home, you know, due to traffic or weather. I came home in the winter time. Same thing, we got hit with a couple of snows. The two that were overnight, I was at a friend's house. He identified who the friends were, full name, and I had texted him that night and called him the next day and understood that I was not able to leave in the snow. And concerning the charging, that was simply human error. It's not always easy to have that thing plugged into you. It's not a normal thing. It was my responsibility, and I do take responsibility for it. The dirty urines as well. The first one I had when I made an admission to come off methadone, and I did come off a little too fast. The days I missed methadone, it had led me to a couple of relapse, and unfortunately that led to a couple of dirty urines. They were short-lived. I never caught a habit, and I'm proud of myself for coming down off the amount of milligrams I was on. I was at 190 milligrams. I got down to 0. I recently realized when coming back here that it may have affected my decision-making, and decided I'm at a low milligram so I could get off it with a taper when I get home. I'm at 30 milligrams now inside here. I did 3 detoxes in a row, 2 in Rushford, 1 at MCCA, being compliant with the situation. Inpatient beds are not, you can't just call an inpatient bed and get into it. I mean, if you're lucky, you have to call every day. There's bed availability, and we do have an addiction crisis in the whole country. So I had been placed on certain lists while being at those other places that were definitely more suitable for my recovery. I went to MCCA because there was only a bed open. I've had a bad history with MCCA, and McDonough was not really one of my options. I had to stay into detox a couple of days after I was already completed the detox, and I had bed availability at other places. I tried to voice this to my parole officer. He asked me to come down to the Waterbury office. I had usually met him in Danbury. I triggered this in my mind. I've gone there before, said that if I had a clean urine, they'd let me go, I'd be fine. I went down there, I gave him a clean urine and was incarcerated. So sometimes there's a trust issue on both sides, and not only inmates or convicts lie, or criminals or past criminals. So I had made a choice on drugs. Considering my mental health, I have diagnosis, PTSD, ADHD, and anxiety. It was not the good choice. It was not the right choice. And I recognize that, especially for after I cut the bracelet. And I swear to you, and my mother will tell you, and I'll probably get documentation from Rutherford after signing an ROI. I also did not sign an ROI for anybody at MCCA to relay any information to my parole officer. So that's a violation of my rights there, period. But it's a whole nother situation.
Just to remember, this is live stream, so this is a lot of information you're giving. So just to be aware of that. Okay.
Yeah, I own all my stuff, man. I'm okay. And so I had made some bad decisions, and I made that bad decision, cutting the bracelet off. I'm not joking. Not even a half hour later, Rushford had a bed for me. I wish I had thought more clearer and called them ahead of time. I thought that I was in a fight or flight state of mind and did not make the right decision. And besides that, it's all pretty correct. I didn't knowingly do fentanyl after my first urine or after I got out of detox. So if there was stuff in my system, it was because of other stuff I was using. And besides that, I take responsibility for everything and don't have any excuse or explanation for
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I was stipulated to the inpatient bed. I turned my phone off and I had some bed availability that my parole officer didn't tell me until after I was violent. I was hemmed up and he came pick me up from the police station. And I wish I had communicated with him even past putting my bracelet on. And I'd like to mark that he was, Chop was very fair with me and is honestly one of the best officer, is the best officer I've ever had to work with. And he did give me many chances. And I have nothing bad to say about the guy.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to take a few moments to go over all the evidence presented as well as the testimony that I heard, and then I will announce my findings.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. But am I gonna have a chance to speak again?
No. If you want, if you would like to say something, you can
I
go
just have
ahead.
one.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
I had this thing I wrote out. It didn't work out the same way. I'd probably be able to read it as a revocation if it makes it there. But honestly, the easy thing for me to do, which I've done quite a bit of time already, is to sit in here. I got 60, 70 days left to my EOS. This is familiar. This is easy for me. This is where I eat commissary, work out, and read. The harder thing for me to do would be to be in a work release or to be in an inpatient program to actually work on myself. And that would be my suggestion or my ask for help in the situation.
Okay. So your ask for help would be to remain in there, you said?
No, to go to an inpatient program.
Okay.
Or to a halfway house. No, this is
Okay.
easy. This is easy for me to do. I'd like to do the hard thing. I've been working on myself. I got a lot done down there. I had a couple weeks between detox and inpatient where I took it they don't let you detox when you have clean urine. So I'm drinking more than I usually would to go into a detox. So it had the counter effect for me. So I was stipulated to go to a detox, but I drank more than I usually would to go into a detox.
Okay.
And same thing for the inpatient. I had a time in between the inpatient and the detox where while I was waiting for a bed, if I'm already going, in my mind, it was okay for me to use. Though that's old thinking that I've been trying to stay away from. I've been working on myself for a lot of years and no, I definitely don't want to be in prison, sir. That's not the help I want. That's not the help I want.
All right. All right, so I'll now notify you of my findings on probable cause. I make a finding of probable cause in charge number 1, reporting based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits C, D, and L. I make a finding of probable cause in charge number 2, GPS, based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits C, D, E, K, J. I make a finding of probable cause on charge number 3, program participation, based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits C, D, and I. I make a finding of probable cause on charge number 4, residence, based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits C, D, and K. I make a finding of probable cause on charge number 5, absconder, based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits C, D, and K. I make a finding of probable cause on charge number 6, drugs, based on the based on testimony and evidence presented in State's Exhibits C, D, G, and H. I find that the act is serious enough to warrant revocation, and I've also determined that you should be detained while you wait for your revocation hearing. The records office at this facility, as well as your parole officer, will be notified. At the revocation hearing, myself or another hearing examiner will determine if you violated the conditions of your parole. If so, the hearing examiner will make recommendations regarding whether your parole should be revoked and what sanctions should be imposed. Okay, so you'll be notified of your next hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pleasure
Have a good
meeting
day.
you, sir. You as well.
Regarding inmate Javier Thompson, inmate number 432-448, his attorney waived his hearing today per Attorney Matthews. That is for Javier Thompson, 432-448. Attorney Matthews waived the preliminary hearing.
You come in, Martinez.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Buen día.
Do you need a Spanish interpreter?
Español, sí.
Sí, okay. Daisy Caprol, Daisy Caprol, interpreter for Board of Pardons and Paroles. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Okay. So we're at a preliminary hearing for inmate Jorge Martinez, inmate number 252440. Attorney Dean.
Yes, I did have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Martinez on Thursday, and at this time we would like to waive the preliminary hearing.
Muy bien, entonces tengo al oficial de libertad condicional Menard para la audiencia de hoy referente a Jorge Martínez, número de confinado 252440. Tenemos a la abogada, la señorita o abogada Dean. He tenido una oportunidad de hablar con el señor Martínez este jueves, a donde hemos decidido renunciar al derecho de la audiencia preliminar.
We accept the waiver for inmate Martinez 252440.
Muy bien, entonces nosotros aceptamos la renuncia a la audiencia para el confinado que se llama el señor Jorge Martínez, número de confinado 252440.
Sí. Attorney Dean will notify you of anything further.
Su abogada Dean le va a notificar a usted de los pasos a seguir.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Es
Mr.
todo. Gracias, señor Martínez.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Es todo.
All set.
Okay.
Ya está todo.
Thank you. Yeah.
You guys all set?
Thank you.
Have
Thank
a
you.
good day.
You too. Good morning,
Good morning.
Mr. Tyson.
Yes.
Okay, we can't start until 10:30. All right, it's 10:28 right now, and we're just waiting on your attorney too, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, P.O. Davis. We're just waiting on Mr. Tyson's attorney, okay?
Sounds good. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, we're gonna get started. Good morning, I am Parole Officer Renard, the hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Tynell Tyson, inmate number 223 267. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the Board of Pardons and Parole Central Office and Robinson Correctional Institution. Please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record.
Tyler Tyson, 223-267.
Thank you. Present this morning is Attorney Dean and P.O. Davis. Can you please identify yourselves for the record? Attorney Dean.
Yes, Sienna Dean on behalf of Mr. Tyson.
P.O. Davis.
Yep, good morning. Parole Officer Patrick Davis. I work out of the Hartford District Office.
Thank you. This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has the responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence. That is, the better or weightier evidence must establish that more probably than not, the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will reinstate your parole, which means releasing you and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I will make a recommendation as to an appropriate sanction. My recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. You should know that a revocation hearing is an adversarial proceeding. Anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. The testimony at today's hearing will be taken under oath. Mr. Tyson and P.O. Davis, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
I do.
Okay. We're going to go over the procedure of the hearing. First, I will read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you. Then I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. State will have an opportunity to present all relevant testimony subject to cross-examination and any relevant documents. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. After considering all the evidence presented, I will announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No, I don't.
Okay. You have the right to be represented by an attorney at this hearing and counsel is present. You have the right to receive written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive written notice?
Yes.
You have the right to review the evidence against you before this hearing. You have the right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and to cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yes, I do.
We will now review the charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. P.O. Davis, can you please read the charges?
Sure. Yep, sure. Obey all laws. Charge number 1, obedience to the law. On 04/05/2025, New Britain police officers were dispatched and arrived on scene to an active domestic violence incident. The victim informed New Britain Police Department that she was assaulted by you, the father of her children. Once inside the residence, you looked around and sat on the couch. You then proceeded to raise your voice and start yelling at her to include dumb bitch. The victim asked you to leave, and you then pointed your finger in her face and the victim leaned back. The victim was trying to guide you out of the residence at this time. You then stated, "Listen, you dumb bitch," while grabbing her shoulders and ripping her sweater. You then proceeded to knock her personal cell phone out of her hand after the victim said she was calling the police. You then proceeded to leave the residence. You were heard on speakerphone after a call from your victim in front of police. You're lucky I didn't beat your ass in the house. You were asked by police officers to speak about the incident at New Britain Police Headquarters and you failed to show up. Subsequently, you were charged with CJS 53A-62 threatening in the second degree and CJS 53A-182 disorderly conduct. A remand to actual custody order was authorized by a parole supervisor. You were arraigned in New Britain Superior Court and have a next court date of 04/08/2026 with a bond amount of $500 under docket number H15N-CR26-0359587-S.
Thank you. The state has filed the following exhibits that have been marked for identification purposes. P.O. Davis, can you please identify those?
Sure. Exhibit A, signed statement of understanding and agreement conditions of parole. Exhibit B, remand to actual custody order. Exhibit C, signed parole violation notice and parolee rights. Exhibit D, parole violation report. Exhibit E, arrest warrant, New Britain Police Department. Exhibit F, BOPP information summary. Exhibit G, judicial pending case details.
Thank you. In addition, the state's filed an addendum to the parole violation report that states, do you have that in front of you, P.O. Davis, or?
I do.
Okay, could you please read that?
Sure. Mr. Tyson was charged with CGS 53A-62 threatening in the second degree and CGS 53A-182 disorderly conduct. A remand to actual custody order was authorized by a parole supervisor. Mr. Tyson was arraigned in New Britain Superior Court on 04/08/2026 under docket number H15N-CR26-0359587-S and received a sentence of 30 days jail committed to the Department of Correction. CGS 53A-62 threatening in the second degree was nollied on 04/08/2026. CGS 53A-182 disorderly conduct. Guilty 04/08/2026, sentenced to 30 days jail, committed to the Department of Correction. Appears that Mr. Tyson does not have any pending or open fees and fines to pay. BOPP may proceed with revocation.
Thank you. Attorney D, did you receive the notice of parole violation report, and other documents just marked for identification purposes?
Yes, we have.
The defense has filed the following exhibits, which are marked as follows. Exhibit 1, list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Attorney D, did you request any witnesses be allowed to testify at this hearing?
We have not. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, the state will have an opportunity to call any witnesses, present evidence, and speak to any evidence submitted. May go ahead.
Sure. I mean, the warrant and the charges speak for themselves. The warrant was from 2025. When I did process the remand to actual custody on Mr. Tyson, he was upset and he was angry, which is understandable because the warrant was from a year ago. I found out about it while I was running his early termination report, and the active file 5 came up in our system. Other than that, Mr. Tyson was doing everything that was expected of him. He was taking care of his mother. I did multiple home visits. The house was stable and supportive. He was actively working and compliant with his conditions. When a warrant comes out or I find out about it, I have to act and process that warrant accordingly. And it was authorized by my parole supervisor. That's all I have.
Thank you. It is now the defense's opportunity to call any witnesses, present evidence, and speak on any evidence submitted.
Thank you. And thank you very much, P.O. Davis. We appreciate you putting that on concerning Mr. Tyson. As to the charges, I would just note the addendum as read is accurate. My client did receive that 30-day sentence on the disorderly conduct charge. Everything else was nollied. I would also just note that from my understanding, speaking with my client, I believe that the complainant in the case was not my client's significant other or romantic partner, but a friend of his. I did just want to clarify that. But we would at the appropriate time like to speak to his background and history. Thank you.
Thank you. P.O. Davis, anything else you'd like to make before I announce my findings?
No, I don't really have anything further to add. I just want, Mr. Tyson said he wanted to, get custody of his 2 young kids back. So I just want him to contact and be compliant with DCF. I know they tried to reach out to him multiple times. So I just want him to do that. He did mention to me too about, when parole is over, moving down to South Carolina with his girlfriend or wife.
Theo Davis, when I announce my findings and we get to that the other part of this hearing, we can talk about that. Okay.
You got it. I'm good. Thank you. Nothing to add.
Attorney Dean, anything else before I make my findings?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
I will now take a moment to review the case and notify you of my findings in a moment. For charge number 1, I find that you violated the condition of obedience to the law based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, D, and E. That concludes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make my recommendation, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, you will have the opportunity to speak to your background and history. The purpose of this part of the revocation hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. P.O. Davis, do you wish to make a statement regarding Mr. Tyson's violation, background, and history?
No, just as I was saying, it looks like he has plans and goals, which I appreciate. I did look at the evidence and the write-up submitted by Attorney Dean, and it all looked good to me. Just the DCF stuff, I just want him to be compliant with DCF, as he does want to get custody of his 2 young kids back. I just want him to contact DCF via phone or mail. Other than that, like I said, he was compliant with his parole conditions. Other than this warrant here, I'm good with him either living with his mother again or the other residents he proposed. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Dean, do you wish to make a statement regarding the violation, background, and history at this time?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. My client does have a strong support system, including his mom, his brother, and his partner. My client does have 6 kids. Again, as noted, he is working with DCF out of New Britain to get custody back of his 2 youngest kids, which I know he's very anxious to do. He did successfully complete Eddie Center previously while on supervision, and then had been sponsored by Ms. Smith at an address out of East Hartford, and then his mom most recently. He reports while incarcerated studying through Wesleyan University. I know he is very eager to get back to work as well. He was helping his mom. He was a full-time caretaker for his mom and his aunt through GT Independence. Prior to that, he was working at FHI in Manchester until he underwent an injury on his back and had to have surgery. He was doing physical therapy in the community as well for his back injury. He is, like I stated, very anxious to get back to caring for his mom and his aunt. He does one day hope to own his own restaurant. He hopes to continue moving forward with any sort of additional training available to open up more job prospects. And he does, as we noted, very much look forward to working with DCF to help get back his 2 kids. I am asking you to consider releasing my client on the first available board review date. As noted, it has been over a year since this alleged incident occurred. And in the interim, I don't believe that there were any ongoing issues with Mr. Tyson. He did have no misconducts. He was doing well. I'll note that he hasn't had an EDRs while incarcerated in almost 20 years. He does do very well. He's on a minimum contract schedule. And I would just request again that he be considered for release at the first available date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tyson, is there anything that you want to say? You certainly don't have to, just if there's anything else you want to note at this time.
I'd just like to say these past 3 months, I know I'm in reality, but it's been feeling like a nightmare. If possible, I would just like to get back to my life and take care of my family and bring them all back closer, because it's been punishment for all of us.
Thank you.
P.O. Davis, anything else you'd like to say?
No, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Attorney Dean, anything?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
I've listened to testimony and reviewed all the evidence provided. Based on that, I recommend that your special parole be revoked with a new re-parole date of July 2nd, 2026. This is an approximate 3.5-month sanction. The sanction is calculated from the date you were remanded to custody. The following conditions are recommended for your special parole release. Behavioral management with domestic violence, no alcohol consumption, and no contact with victims SW without the PO's permission. My findings and recommendations will be forwarded to the board on July 2nd, 2026. You should receive the official written decision from the board within a week from that date.
So, Mr. Tyson, the recommendation is that you would get out on July the 2nd. On that date, the Board of Pardons and Paroles will deliberate, and if they accept your recommendation, then you'll be getting out later that day. If they do something else, then you and I will get a follow-up hearing, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
If the board decides to impose a sanction longer than what I've recommended, then a supplemental hearing will be held. Before the hearing, the board will provide you with a written notice documenting the specific reasons why they might want to exceed my recommendation. During the supplemental hearing, you will have an opportunity to respond to those specific reasons while in front of the panel. This concludes the revocation hearing. I'm now going off the record.
You're all set, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You, Menard. I've been trying York in Teams for a while now, and I just got off the phone. They're gonna have someone walk over. So I'm not
Okay.
sure what the delay is, but they're gonna go and talk to the visits area and see what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, Miss Morse is on her way up now. Should be here momentarily.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't know, do you guys need to walk through that?
Good morning, we're gonna get started, okay? You all set? Pio Castillo, you're all set? Parole Officer Castillo, are you all set? Okay, we're gonna get started. Good morning. I'm Parole Officer Menard, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Bethany Morris, inmate number 407380. Today is today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in York Correctional Institute. Can you please state your name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Bethany Morse, 407380.
This is a public hearing. Public access to this hearing is available via video live stream. Present this morning is Attorney Matthews. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Peter Matthews with the Public Defender's Office for Ms. Morse.
Thank you. This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated the conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has the responsibility to prove the allegations by the preponderance of evidence. That is, better or weightier evidence must establish that more probably than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will reinstate your parole, which means releasing you and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find that you violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I will make a recommendation as to an appropriate sanction. My recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. You should know that a revocation hearing is an adversarial proceeding. Anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. The testimony at today's hearing will be taken under oath. Ms. Morris, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon felony of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. First, I will read you your rights, then we will review the parole violation charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you. Then I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state is not present at today's proceedings. However, you will have an opportunity to present any relevant testimony and any relevant documents. After considering all the evidence presented, I will announce my finding. If I find that you have violated one or more of the conditions of your parole, you'll have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No, I do not.
And very quickly, Ms. Morris, I did ask the board to send you another copy of the evidence. Did you get that?
Yes, they did.
All right, thank you.
We're going to go over your rights. You have important rights at this hearing, which I will now review with you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and Attorney Matthews is present today. You have the right to receive written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive written notice?
Yes.
You have the right to review the evidence against you before this hearing. You have the right to submit evidence in support of your case. At this hearing, you have the right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and to cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights, and are you ready to go forward?
Yes.
We will now review the charges that the state, your parole officer, is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. Charge number 1, condition of obedience to the law. On May 17th, 2024, the Bridgeport Police Department issued an arrest warrant for the charges of reckless endangerment second, 53A-64, risk of injury to a child, 53-21, and assault third, 53A-61. Bridgeport Police Department received a DCF 737 form reporting suspected child abuse of your then three-month-old daughter/victim. You were the sole caretaker of your child/victim. At 2 months old, the victim had 3 hospital admissions with 3 complete evaluations conducted by the Yale Hospital's child abuse team, known as the Detection Assessment Referral Treatment for concerns of non-accidental trauma. The victim sustained numerous injuries, including that of injuries to the right clavicle bone and both rib fractures and skull fractures. Dr. Lisa Halvovic determined the victim's rib fractures to be specific for inflicted trauma. It was also determined that the rib fractures were caused by physical abuse. Furthermore, Dr. Pavlik reported the victim is at risk for serious injury or even of dying. Charge number 2, halfway house condition. Upon your release from York CI, you signed your special parole conditions indicating an additional stipulation of halfway house placement. On September 19th, 2023, you also signed a safety plan, which includes the specific steps on how to ensure the well-being and safety of the child/victim. On several occasions, you failed to comply with the safety plan. On 10/22/23, the halfway house staff contacted 911 due to the victim choking and turning a bluish color. The victim was transported to the hospital. After a brain scan and skeletal survey, it was determined that the victim had a skull fracture. You reported to the hospital staff that the victim fell from your arms. On November 17th, 2023, the halfway house staff reported you fell asleep on a rocking chair while the victim was awake on your lap. The halfway house contacted paramedics who reported the victim had a large knot on the back of the head. On November 26, 2023, after being instructed that you were unable to get medicated with the victim in your arms, screaming and crying, we disregarded this and became belligerent with staff. On November 26, 2023, the halfway staff reported you were caught asleep on a nursing chair with the victim in your arms. You became argumentative with the staff when the staff instructed you to place the victim in the bassinet. On December 3rd, 2023, the halfway house staff reported you fell asleep with the victim in your arms, and when confronted, you became very defensive. Due to the affirmation you are not in compliance with the halfway house agreement and safety plan, the halfway house agreement states that you are to comply with their rules and regulations, which include safety planning for children in their program. The state has filed the following exhibits, which that have been marked for identification purposes. Exhibit A, signed statement of understanding and agreement conditions of parole, which are March 22nd, 2023 and August 14th, 2023. Exhibit B, halfway house agreement, women and children halfway house, 4/5/23 and 11/20/23. Exhibit C, Lucy Bainey, Women and Children Program, W&C Residential Handbook. Exhibit D, Women and Children Halfway House Safety Plan. Exhibit E, Connecticut Board of Parole Remand to Actual Custody Order. Exhibit F, Notice of Parole Violation. Exhibit G, Parole Violation Report. Exhibit H, Bridgeport Police Department Arrest Warrant Application. Exhibit I, Women and Children's Halfway House Incident Reports. And Exhibit J, State of Connecticut Judicial Branch Pending Case Detail Report. In addition, the state filed an addendum to the parole violation report that states, on May 17th, 2024, the Bridgeport Police Department issued an arrest warrant charging Ms. Morris with the reckless endangerment in the second degree, Connecticut General Statute 53A-64, risk of injury to a child, Connecticut General Statute 53-21, and assault in the third degree, the Connecticut General Statute 53A-61. On May 20th, 2026, the charges against Ms. Morris were reduced to one count of risk of injury to a child, Connecticut General Statute 53-21 under docket number F02B-CR24-0357065-S. She was sentenced to 10 years incarceration, suspended after 2 years, followed by 3 years of probation. All criminal charges against Ms. Morris have been resolved, and she currently has no pending charges, pending criminal charges. Attorney Matthews, did you receive the notice of parole violation report and other documents I just marked for identification purposes?
I did.
The defense has filed the following exhibits, which are marked as follows. Exhibit 1 lists the parole accomplishments and future plans for parole. Exhibit 2, Boys and Girls Village, dated March 6, 2024. Exhibit 3, the 5 ventures, dated February 18, 2026. Exhibit 4, offender work performance and program removal/refusal form, how to be a responsible mother. Exhibit 5, COSP, being a good enough caregiver. Exhibit 6, Empower from Within, prenatal support for parents incarcerated in CT. Exhibit 7, Resume. Attorney Matthews, did you request any witnesses today?
No.
Okay. Is now the defense's opportunity to call any witnesses, present evidence, and to speak on any evidence submitted.
Thank you. With regard to charge 1, obedience to law, Ms. Morris, you did enter a plea to that 1 count under the Alfred Doctrine. I do think it's notable that the state elected to nolly the assault 3rd, which is the only charge that does relate to any type of intentional conduct on the part of Ms. Morris. I think that does provide some evidence here that the state is not alleging any intentional conduct on her part towards the victim in this case. This case was pending for over 2 years. Ms. Morris had every intention to take these charges to trial, as she's been very adamant of her position with regard to what happened here. She's indicated she's not guilty of these charges. However, given the essentially a time served offer with regard to the jail component and her desire to move forward with the family case to attempt to reunify with her daughter, she did ultimately elect to accept the offer. With regard to charge 2, I would note that the incident pertaining to the incident on 10/23, Ms. Moore, there's no evidence presented in Exhibit I that Ms. Moore reported that her daughter fell from her arms on that day. The allegation was that she was not breathing. I don't think there's sufficient evidence of any misconduct on Ms. Moore's part with regard to the 10/23 incident. I think she behaved appropriately and sought to obtain proper medical care for her daughter. When her daughter was treated at the hospital, the staff believed at that time that any additional injuries could have been attributed to unintentional birth injuries. I think the exhibit does show that she had great concern over the welfare of her daughter. She was writing updates to the halfway house staff from the hospital. Also, on the 11/17 incident, I think the evidence in Exhibit I shows that she was very concerned about her daughter. She rode in the hospital with her daughter. She called both DCF and her parole officer and let her know what was going on. And she was providing updates to the halfway house as to what was happening on that day. I don't think these 2 incidents show any evidence of intentional misconduct on the part of Ms. Morris. Specifically with regard to 10/23, I don't think there's any evidence to anything wrong on 10/23. With regard to the 2 other dates, I'm just going to ask Ms. Morris a few questions.
Yes.
Ms. Morris, with regard to November 26th and December 3rd of 2023, on these 2 dates, were you sleeping with your daughter in your arms?
No.
What happened on those days?
Okay, so after November 17th, I wasn't sitting down with the victim asleep either. I was standing when my daughter fell. And also on the 26th, after that date, me and Winnie, it was a lot. Like every time I was sitting down rocking her, a staff would be like, you gotta get up, you gotta get, and I wasn't asleep. She was asleep, I wasn't asleep.
All right, thank you. Anything else to add?
No, it's just, I don't know how we got here. Like, I wish Castillo was available to speak, because I think she would say I was a wonderful mother. I would believe that she would say that.
All right, well, you'll have a chance to speak again if it goes to the second stage of this hearing, okay?
Yeah.
So if there is a finding, I would like to hear further with regard to the sanction. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now take a moment to review the case and will notify you of my findings in a moment. For charge number 1, I find that you violate the condition of obedience to the law based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, G, and H. For charge number 2, I find that you violate the condition of halfway house placement based on the evidence presented in State's Exhibits A, B, C, D, G, and I. That concludes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make my recommendation, you'll have the opportunity to speak to your background and history. The purpose of this part of the revocation hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. Attorney Matthews, do you wish to make a statement regarding the violation of background and history?
Yes, thank you. So Ms. Morris, she's 36 years old. She was born and raised in Massachusetts before moving to Connecticut. She still has ties to the area in Connecticut from her family. Unfortunately, her mother, who Ms. Morris was very close to, did pass away recently while she was incarcerated. She has been very involved in the local community and does have a lot of support in the area when she is released. Ms. Morris does indicate she has an apartment lined up with the lease that she is hoping to take advantage of when she's released. If that's not going to be acceptable to parole, she would temporarily need to be placed in a halfway house, but she's hoping to get out of a halfway house environment as soon as possible. And if she can avoid that, she is hoping that parole will work with her with regard to that alternative arrangement she has been working on trying to set up while she's been incarcerated. She's been incarcerated for a long time now. This remand was lodged against her over 2 years ago, on May 22nd, 2024. I think it's worth emphasizing that she's been incarcerated longer than that, as there was a prior remand where she received a sanction of 3 months, but she was never actually released in the community after that sanction expired, but rather was served with this violation based on older conduct from 2023. So it's also important to note that this conduct predates the conduct of her prior violation. So while this may technically be a subsequent violation, it's not as though she was violated, she released, and she violated again. The warrant was signed prior to her last revocation hearing, and I'm not really sure what happened and why this wasn't addressed prior to her her other violation, but it wasn't mentioned in the prior hearing. But I would have to take that into consideration, the fact that she's been continuously incarcerated since February 22nd, 2024, which is longer than the remand date of this violation. Ms. Morris, I think she's really worked to take advantage of every educational and treatment opportunity that was available to her during this period of incarceration. She completed extensive work with parenting classes, working with the Circle of Security program, the Empowered from Within postpartum parenting group. She completed an 8-week parenting class, as well as How to Be a Responsible Mother program. In addition to the parenting education, she also completed a very comprehensive Defy Ventures program. We have submitted exhibits documenting this treatment and providing additional details to what these programs entailed. But she was really trying to make the best of her time while incarcerated, and she's looking forward to putting some of this training and skills she's gained to use when she is released. She has a lot of plans for when she is released. She's been working diligently on completing her GED. She passed 2 of the tests so far and just has 1 remaining, and she does plan on completing that when she's released. She has already set up a plan with the App Foundation to start IOP treatment as soon as she gets out of jail as well. She's been involved with them in the past and wants to continue this treatment immediately to make sure the transition from jail does go smoothly for her. Her resume was submitted as an exhibit, which does outline a lot of her skills and her prior employment experience. She has experience in property management. She also has her home improvement contractor license and some additional certifications as well. When Ms. Morris is released, she's planning on working on starting her own business. In the past, she's been very involved in social media marketing through her volunteer work with the Women Against Mass Incarceration, and she's hoping to utilize these skills in developing a consulting business of her own. She put together a detailed plan with the Defy Ventures program, and she's looking forward to starting this entrepreneurial project. She also has work experience in the area of property management and construction, and she's going to look for all opportunities she has to advance her career and get her life back on track when she is released. I know the programming she's completed while incarcerated also does provide some post-release services that Ms. Morris is planning on taking advantage of those opportunities as well. I would ask the board to consider releasing Ms. Morris at the next available date. As I indicated, she's been continuously incarcerated for over 2 years now. And as I also indicated, this conduct predates the conduct for a prior violation. The recommendation in the PVR is that Ms. Morris remain incarcerated through the pendency of the criminal case, and that has concluded now. She's been sentenced, and the period of incarceration has already expired. She's going to be working closely going forward with DCF. She has a family attorney she's been working with, and she's been very cooperative with DCF from the beginning, and she's going to continue to cooperate with them when she's released. Ms. Moore, she has a lot of potential. She's served a substantial sentence here, and I think she's really put together a detailed plan for what she's going to do when she gets out to try to make sure she's on the right path with regard to treatment and employment and doing everything she needs to do. She's going to have the added layer of supervision from probation as well, who's going to be supervising for the next 3 years as well. So given the time that she's been incarcerated now, I do think releasing her at this point would be appropriate, and I would ask you to make that recommendation. Ms. Morris, is there anything you want to say at this time?
Yes, there is. I want to start by saying that my daughter is the light of my life. And for the past 28 months, 850 days, 20,400 hours, we've been apart. There was 3 hospital admits. And to elaborate, I want to be clear. My daughter had and was born in a traumatic birth injury. She had the cord wrapped 3 times. She was born gray and unable to breathe. The second hospital admit was a direct result of the birth injury. And her birth injury caused a severe GERD, and with her unable to breathe and needing CPR. The third hospital admit was a fall. Probably one of the worst days of my life. And there's no denying these facts. But let me be clear, one doctor who rushed to judgment and got it wrong. Like I said, I've spent 20,400 hours away from her, learning, growing, and becoming the very best me I can be for her. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Anything else, Attorney Matthews?
No.
I've listened to the testimony and reviewed all the evidence provided. Based on that, I recommend that your special parole be revoked with a new re-parole date of July 2nd, 2026. This is an approximate 28-month sanction. This sanction is calculated from the date you were remanded to custody. The following conditions are recommended for your special parole release: halfway house placement, behavioral management, anger management, no alcohol consumption, mental health treatment, and no operation of motor vehicle. My findings and recommendations will be forwarded to the board July 2nd, 2026. You should receive the official written decision from the board within a week from that date. If the board decides to impose a sanction longer than what I recommended, then a supplemental hearing will be held. Before the hearing, the board will provide you with written notice documenting the specific reasons why they might want to exceed my recommendation. During the supplemental hearing, you will have an opportunity to respond to those specific reasons while in front of the panel of the board. This concludes the revocation hearing. I'm now going off.
So Ms. Morris, you understand the recommendation is going to go to the board on 7-2, okay?
Yes. I have a question though. If it's halfway house placement, I really would like to stay away from the halfway house I was in. I just feel like I don't know.
Do you have a preferred district?
Either New Haven or Hartford, whatever one is open.
So New Haven or Hartford?
Yes, please.
All right. And I will note that your request be that you not go to the same place you were last time. I think that's an appropriate request, given everything that happened there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.